see here. That should be good, I think. Keep that. Let's just see if we can get some more people to join. Gotta find more people I can share this with. There we go. Yeah, it should be good. Let's get the app back up. Chat is hopefully should work. Let's see. I guess we'll find out. So, I guess while I'm waiting for people to come in, I should start setting the game up. Ow! There we go. I've played this a lot with friends. Usually I'm the person who has to run it. Majority of times when I do play this with friends, you've come to haunt me. Good, good, wonderful. So this is a very fun game. This is an incredibly fun game, and I'm really hoping that I remembered last time I played this, which was, God, probably almost a year ago. But my friends, whenever I'd come over, I'd bring my games, and they would always want to play this game, and I'm like, hey, that's great. It's a fun game. It takes a long time, though. And especially when you have people taking libations, it takes even longer. I think the longest session we ever had was almost six and a half hours. Ridiculous. But still fun. Still fun for sure. So, the first thing I have to do is make sure all these cards are in order, including the story cards here, which I will be reading. So I'm just going to do a couple quick flip throughs to make sure that these are in order. Let's see, and then I will separate them out by chapters. So chapter 1 is good. I don't have a lot of room. There we go. Set that over there. Chapter 2, let's see. Okay, yeah, that's looking good. I usually make sure to put this back in order as best as I can. I think there's 8 chapters in here, which is why this game takes so long. Chapter 3. And that is chapter 3. Good. Excellent. Chapter 4. Oh, interesting. Okay. Just briefly checking the cards and looking through them. I'm seeing cards I have not come across. Because usually the dice roll has not been in the favor of us when we play. There are multiple endings to this as well. Because this is a choose-your-own-adventure game. I gotta figure out a better... Yeah, that might be able to fit 3 up. 3 wide, I should say. Oh, there's 6 chapters. No? 5 chapters? Only 5 chapters. Okay. So actually, do this, do this. And let's just check the chapter. Yeah. That's looking good. Yeah. Cool. Now we have to go through all of these. Ready. So we have our starter. First off, we have to have on here our psychic skill. We are at level 1, which is at spot 3. And our danger meter is at 3, 3rd level, as a default. I think, I don't know who would do this, but I think there is an additional rule, or a hard mode, essentially. Let's see. I will double check if that is a thing. If it is a thing, I will consider doing it. No, I'm not seeing it. Oh, well, this could be it. Let's see. Reset the 3. No, nothing for the danger meter. And for the psychic... Oh yeah, I will have to look back at the instructions from time to time, because I know there is one thing I have to double check on. If I roll a 1 by failing a challenge... Okay, so it's even if I'm using a booster. Okay. That was something I wanted to check on. Psychic scale starts there. Okay, I think that's fine. Set the instructions there. So we do start off with our starter kit, which is... Move this over here a bit. A pocket knife and a water bottle. Got a tone that's overshadowing the mic. Ooh, okay. Let's drop that a bit. Let's see. Is that a little bit better? Might be the song, most likely. I'll just dampen the music a little bit. Hopefully that helps. Oh my gosh, how did that... Okay. What is up with this? That is not supposed to be that stretched. Okay, hold on. Uno momento, por favor. What is going on here? Oh dear. No, that does not help me at all. Disappointing. Oh well. I was hoping I could get the chat a little bit bigger. I will have to figure out how to do that later. But I can still read it. I can still read it. Don't worry. Oh, jeez. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Stretch it out that way. No. No. Oh, God. Stupid thing. No. There we are. Okay, alright. Bring that over. Oh, come on. I'm trying to crop it to make it look good. You know what? I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop fretting over it. So, I'm just gonna flip through the clues real quickly just to make sure they are in order. And then I will divide them up. Because I think there's 100. No, there's more than 100 clues. There's 127 clues. Okay. I'm just going to try and split them up as best as I can. Scoot this over a bit. Go. Here we are. I can move these a bit. Yeah, there we go. Give myself a little more room. I can push these up against there. There we are. There we go. It's not quite even, but it'll work. Okay. So I think we have everything set up and ready to go. So, where we begin is at chapter 1. Alright. I hope you're all ready. It's a Tuesday morning in late June, and you wake up in a cold sweat. The nightmares came again last night. Even though you're an aspiring detective and psychic investigator, you haven't been able to make sense of the haunting dreams you've had these past few weeks. In your dreams, you keep seeing the same spooky house. You're still shivering under your covers when you hear the phone ring downstairs in your basement, where you have your combination office and research laboratory. You dash down to the lab to answer it. I need, a weak voice says when you pick up the receiver. I need your help. You hear a loud click, and the phone goes dead. But you were prepared. While the caller was talking, you activated your high-speed telephone tracing device. It instantly displays the caller's number. 555-7259. You call back the number right away, but there's no answer. After consulting the tall stack of reverse phone books behind your desk, you are disappointed to learn the number is unlisted. You sense that the phone call is somehow related to your nightmares. Later, while at the Hedgebrook police station to return a nightscope you borrowed for a recent stakeout, you describe the mysterious phone call and your reoccurring dreams to your friend, Sergeant Morrison. That call does sound strange, he says. We'll look into it. And about that house in your dreams, a voice says from the hallway. I wonder if you're dreaming about the Marsden house on Hedgebrook Road. Detective Murphy sticks his mustached face into the room. Modern house. Ornate gate? That sounds like the Marsden place, all right, says Sergeant Morrison. Strange things are reported to happen out there. Detective Murphy takes a puff on his pipe. The place is haunted, he says. I know it sounds unprofessional, but I've had a file on the Marsden house for some years, and I'm sure of it. He waves a folder in front of your eyes, and a phone number written on the front jumps out at you. It matches the one from your mysterious phone call. So the call is related to your nightmares. Your psychic sense was right. So the first thing we get from that is we get to draw clue number 26. 26. Here we are. He's back. Clue number 26. Chapter 1 goal. Oh dear. Get inside the Marsden house. Come on. Is that really going to have problems with me? Okay, you know what? It's not the best setup I got. It's literally a webcam hanging off of a microphone extension. So, I'm working with what I got. But we have our first goal. Back at home, you grab a bottle of water and your trusty pocket knife, preparing for a new investigation. Half an hour later, you stand before the Marsden residence, which appears exactly as it did in your nightmares. The house's futuristic look is a strange contrast to the antiquated appearance of the stone wall and the wrought iron gate, which is locked shut and wrapped in steel chains. Even though the air is balmy, a chill travels down your spine. The gathering clouds on the horizon hint at a brewing summer thunderstorm. Looks good? Oh, excellent. It must be just from my perspective. So we have come to our first choice. And we'll hold this up here. So if we want to search the wall for a way in, we go to story card 13. If we want to try and climb the gate, then we go to story card 7. So I'm going to leave this up to the rest of you to decide. Now, personally, if I remember, the majority of times that I played this game, people take the gate. They try and climb the gate. But there are multiple different areas that we'll have to be going for if we want to try and go for a completion. We have Go for the Wall. Go for the Wall, which is story card number 13. Let me make sure I put this down properly. Okay. Story card 13. Oh, yeah. One of my friends ripped one of the cards, unfortunately. I don't know how. So if we get to number 11, you'll get to see that. Right. So, moving along the mossy stone wall that surrounds the property, you come across a jagged opening created by fallen rocks. It's just big enough for you to squeeze through. Once on the other side of the wall, you find yourself standing in a cobblestone plaza surrounded by marble and bronze figures. Most of the sculptures depict men gazing off into the distance, as if pondering the deeper meaning of it all. But at the edge of the courtyard is a monumental statue of a man atop of a muscular steed. To your right, a stone pathway leads away from the statuary and into a picturesque garden, where topiary bushes have been trimmed into whimsical shapes. We come to our next card and our next choice. So, if we want to inspect the statue of the man on the horse, we go to story card 4. If we want to go toward the topiary bushes, then we go to story card 15. And I'll have to remember some of these cards because there might be some backtracking. I remember there was a little bit of that the last time I played. Always examine the man on the horse. To number 4 we go. The horseman is a dashing, bearded Civil War soldier, his bronze face stoic. He holds out a cavalry saber towards the brooding sky. The sword's edge glints in the weak sunlight that penetrates the thick clouds above. The sword almost looks new. At the base of the statue is a plaque that proclaims this as a memorial to Henry Marsden. The plaque reads, Henry Marsden. I can actually see it better that way. I think that works. Henry Marsden, born 1839, died 1887. General in the Union Army during the Civil War. Severely wounded at the Battle of Shiloh in 1862. Appointed warden of Hedgebrook Prison in 1880. To your left is the entrance to a hedge maze. To your right is a graying picket fence with a rickety wooden gate. You can see 2 stone angel statues, and beyond them, a cemetery. So, we have come to several options. So the first thing we have is an optional challenge to search the monument's base. If we win, we get a clue. If we lose, we raise the danger meter. Second optional challenge is to climb the statue to examine the saber. Did I get that right? Monument's base. Yep. Examine the saber. Right. And if we try and examine the saber and lose, the danger meter goes up by 2, but there is the chance to try it again. And then if we decide after those choices we want to continue on, we either go through the hedge maze or to the cemetery. I should have found something to hold up these cards. That was a mistake. So now the blood's gonna drain from my hand. So if we do an optional challenge, then we have to roll the dice. And I will double check on how the dice rules work. I believe, if I'm correct, it is a 3 to succeed. 3 and above to succeed. Anything below, it does not. There we are. Okay. Come on now. While I'm holding this, I will check the rules on that. Check for the challenges. Here we are. Yep, that is correct. So, oh, that's right. It has to do with these numbers down here. So right now we're currently at 3. That's how that works. Sorry, it's been a while since I've played this. So we either check out the base, which I believe that's where the plaque was. Or we can check out that new saber that's up at the top, being held by the statue. It's risky for sure, but right now with a 3 on the danger meter, that definitely is a good possibility. Of course, could just skip everything, but I think we want to at least try and go for one of the optional challenges. I think that would be a good option. I was actually kind of hoping I could find this on Tabletop Simulator, see if there was a way to run it there. Unfortunately, I could not, but I don't know. There might be some workshop items I could find that are similar to this, so I could do this again. But I wanted to break this out because this is something I've had for a while now, and I've had a couple chances to play it with friends. So figured why not try streaming it. Now, the psychic scale will come into play later on. The psychic scale is pretty fun because it'll help to get more clues, and sometimes some of those clues will help unlock other areas, which will help unlock other endings, and some will be pieces of a puzzle that I have not seen solved yet. I have not seen a group that has had lucky enough rolls to be able to get the full picture created. I think the most we've gotten is maybe 3 of the 9 pieces, which is fairly good in the playthrough that we did. I know for a fact the monument base does help with certain areas, accessing certain areas, I will say. The saber, I don't remember quite what it does. I know there's a couple of different items that are scattered throughout this game that are necessary to getting certain endings. So taking the challenges is probably the best options. Unfortunately, that means there's a lot of risk, especially when it comes down to the danger meter here, because the more you fail on the danger meter, see if we can get that. Come on. Is that gonna... Oh, jeez. I hope I didn't screw that up. But anyway, the more failures of rolls that we get, the more chance of us decreasing our psychic scale. That's what this little -2 here is at the top, because if you end up going past 6, you get dropped down to 3, but you move down in the psychic scale, and that can lock you out of a lot of materials and a lot of endings. So let's see. Oh, geez. Okay. Just got a bunch of notifications. We can get rid of those. Ooh. Seconds. Oh, good. I can get rid of that notification. Good. Hmm. Well, I'm going to have to make... There's a decision that's going to have to be made soon. Wish there was a way to fix that. Oh, because the focus went wonky. Oh. Oh. That's probably what happened. Oh, that's much better. Okay, that way I don't have to hold this up so high. I mean, a little bit higher, but... Oh, you can see things a lot better now. Excellent. Okay. So, I think what we're going to do... is we're going to first try to search the monument base. Now, unfortunately, we don't have anything that can assist with a... I'm going to have to check the book again. With a perception-based challenge. This little green fist here on the pocket knife, that is for fighting challenges only. The water bottle does say discard at any time to lower the danger meter by 3, which is nice, but definitely something we should keep a hold of for a while. Let me just okay. So I think what we're going to do, we're going to first search the monument base. We have to get at least a 3 and above. I wish I had a little thing I could roll the dice in, but unfortunately... Oh! Hold on a second. Well, that's full of my USBs. That would work, though. This could work. This jumble of USBs. Ow! Of course I dropped. Ooh, there's a guitar pick in there, too. How'd that got there? So this is perfect, then. This is what we will be rolling the dice in. Got this off of Etsy a couple of years ago. So, we have to get 3 or above. Oh, geez. That's too loud. There we go. That is a 3! Excellent. Excellent. So, that means we draw clue number 18. Clue number 18. Pop that there. Clue number 18. Ooh. When you inadvertently press a hidden switch, the statue slides to one side, revealing a cement passage. So this choice that we found goes... What do they say? Under the story card 4. Okay, right. So this is... We now have another option. From going into the hedge maze or going into the cemetery, we can now go through the hidden passage at the base of the monument. I'll set that right there. I gotta check. Did something happen to the video again? No. That's fine. Oh, wow. I don't think that's helping much. Yeah, we're going to sit right there. There we go. Okay, that's fine. Oh, this is what I was looking for. That's a little better. Oh, that's much nicer. Much nicer. There we go. Okay. That's about as good as I can get, unfortunately. It is a very simple webcam mic. And webcam and microphone combo hanging from my mic stand. So now that we've got an extra opportunity to go somewhere, I think we might give a shot at the second optional challenge, which is to try and get the saber out of the hand of the monument. So we're going to give that a try. It's going to be tricky, though. Have to roll 3 or above, and if we lose, danger meter goes up by 2. But if we get this, we get a nice shiny saber. And it's a 5. We got it. Yes. So that means we get clue number 2. The cavalry saber. The saber comes loose in your hand. It's heavy and quite sharp. Your psychic senses tell you this is an important item. So not only do we keep this item, which if we want to use it in a... I had it. Let me pull it back up. Fighting challenge. We can use it. It has a +2. But we also, from getting this, we move forward 2 spaces on the psychic scale. So we are 1 step away from getting to level 2 on the psychic scale. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. So now we have 3 options. We can either go through the hedge maze, go through the cemetery, or go through this hidden passage. I remember, the hedge maze. I do remember the hedge maze. Hedge maze is very difficult unless you have one specific item, which is a gamble to get. So, don't know if we should push our luck. Cemetery. I honestly don't remember what is in the cemetery, and the hidden passage. The hidden passage. I don't remember. I vaguely remember something about the hidden passage. Not entirely sure, but I don't know. I think honestly, I kind of want to do the cemetery the most. I think the cemetery could be the best option. So I think we're going to go with that. That is story card number 21. We're going to keep that out. Actually, we'll keep this over here. Story card 21. All right. So, passing between a pair of stone angels, you enter an old family cemetery. There is a marble mausoleum at the center of the cemetery. A short set of stairs leads into its shadowy interior. Next to where you stand, a freshly dug grave yawns in the pale sunlight. It's unsettling to think of climbing into it, but you see something shiny embedded in the dirt walls. So now we have two options. We can go into the mausoleum or jump into an open grave. I unfortunately know what happens if you pick one of these options. I know which one is the right way to go. It is the most logical way to go. But I have seen groups that have chosen the other option. Didn't go very well. I will say that. But what happened to the music? I had music going. Oh, it ended. I thought it was longer than that. Pop that back up. There we go. I was wondering why it was so quiet. So I think I'm about to just spoil this, and I think we'll head on into the mausoleum, which is story card number 5. The mausoleum interior feels musty and cool. Something is dripping from the ceiling and landing in the corner with a plink, which is odd given that it hasn't started raining yet. You also notice the mausoleum is bigger on the inside than the outside suggested. A stone sarcophagus lies before you in the center of the chamber, with the word Marsden carved into it. It appears that others have been in this mausoleum recently. There's a freshly dug pit to the side of the sarcophagus, and an elaborate tunnel has been dug into the ground beside the nearby wall, and you can see the tunnel is lined with cement. Alright, so we have 2 optional challenges again. We can search the sarcophagus, which is a perception challenge. It only raises the danger meter by 1. And then there's removing the stone lid of the sarcophagus, which, if we fail that, raises the danger meter by 2. So, the last options are climbing into the pit or traveling through the cement tunnel. So I think we will try out searching around the sarcophagus first. So, we have to get a 3 or above. 3 or above. It is a 5. It is another 5. So we get clue number 23. And what is clue number 23? You find a large wooden dowel. Your psychic senses tell you this is an important item. So we get to keep this item, and we get to move forward 1 space on the psychic scale, which puts us into level 2. going to set that there. Getting a lot of items, which is good to start. I'm running out of space on my head. Might need to reorganize this just a little bit. Now that I'm going through this. Let's push those together, see if we can pull these down. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Now we have a little more room if we want to put any more of our clues up at the top. And there goes the camera again. Why did that happen? And it changed the focus again. There we go. Okay. So, let's see. Move that over there. Let's see. We still have one optional challenge left, which is to remove the stone lid of the sarcophagus. Now, that would raise us 2 on the danger meter if we fail. But I think I'm gonna risk it. I think we're gonna risk it. Have to get 3 or above to open the lid of the sarcophagus. That's a 4. Okay, we got it. We just got it. Well, I mean, 3 would have worked, but hey, we got it. So that means we get clue number 16. Wonderful. So what is clue number 16? We get another passage. It takes some muscle, but you manage to remove the lid and are surprised to find not only is there no body, but an opening to a secret passageway that offers yet another way out of the mausoleum. So, we can either go through the tunnel, climb into the pit, or go through the passageway. I think we need to go through the passageway. I think we should go through the passageway. So that means we're going to pick up clue number 16. No, I'm sorry. We have clue number 16. We need clue number 24. I just remembered what this was. You travel through the tunnel for what feels like forever. The light disappears and the tunnel eventually ends. You feel frightened and trapped. You want to run back and try the other routes of the mausoleum. Before you go, you feel around in the dark. There's nothing in front of you or to your sides, but you discover a mossy hatch in the tunnel ceiling. You turn the handle and the hatch opens onto a grassy patch at the entrance to a hedge maze. So that takes us to story card number 12. Which puts us at the entrance of the hedge maze. Oh boy. We're in trouble. We're in trouble because I don't remember the hedge maze. The hedge maze is massive. Its thick hedge walls are twice as tall, but you don't seem stable enough to climb. They don't seem stable enough to climb. I'm not stable enough at all. So you have to solve this labyrinth the old-fashioned way. You take a deep breath to steady your nerves and head through the maze's entrance. Oh boy, I don't remember the maze at all. Oh boy, oh boy. That was a mistake. Okay, well, I think we're going to wing it. So I think we're going to go 9 or 1. 9 or 1. I think we're going to go with 9. We're going to go left first. You turn and follow the path deeper into the maze. You feel like you're going in the right direction. Okay, good. Good, 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 good. So 11 or 12, left or right? We did left. Let's go right. Let's go 12. You feel like you might be getting close to the end of the maze. Okay, all right. Left or right? Left or right? Left or right? Oh boy. Okay, okay. I'm going to go left. Left, right, left. That's my guess. Left, right, left. It's the end of the maze. It was left or right, left? That's it? Oh. I don't know why I thought it was... I remember being stuck on this with so many people before. Good to know. Good to know. So now we go to story card 18. I'm keeping these two out here because those optional places we can go, and I don't feel like mixing all these cards up again, but we can throw these over here, and the maze is done. We are not going into the maze again. Oh wait, what which card did we have to go to? Shoot. I put it down too soon. 18. Right. 18. There we go. You finally come to the end of the hedge maze. It exits toward a pool house. A short stone pedestal stands in front of you with a metal lockbox on top. Perhaps someone wants to reward you for navigating the accursed maze, though the whole thing does seem a little suspicious. Looking towards the pool house, you see the door is barely hanging from the hinges. There's also a gate that leads to, you assume, the pool. So there's a free action to get the lockbox, to see if the lockbox is open. I think we'll do that. I think we will do that, which is number 3. Not only is the lockbox open, but inside you find the keys to a truck. Your psychic senses tell you this is an important item, so we keep the truck key and we move 2 spaces on the psychic scale. We now have a truck key. So now, if we want to go to the pool house or check out the pool. Let me think. Pool house or the pool? Probably the pool house first, I would think. So that would be story card 11. Oh, that's the ripped up one. Story card 11. I'll find that easily. There you are. I think my friend's dog probably got to it or something. You can tell that the pool house was once quite luxurious. It contains half a dozen private rooms with showers, as well as an ornate mahogany bar in the common area. It must have been fun to hang out in this place in its glory days. Those thoughts fade as the sounds of a disturbance erupting from the top of the gazebo in the distance. And now you can hear a lone violin playing a soothing melody. So do we follow the gazebo or the violin? Now, if I remember, and I do, from the many times that I've played this, the best thing to do is to go to the gazebo. So that is what we are going to do, which is story card number 9. You sprint to the gazebo, practically pushed along by the winds that are picking up. A light sprinkling rain spatters the ground as you run. You make it to the shelter of the structure, and the mayhem occurring above the roof increases in intensity. Who is up there and what are they doing, you wonder? You notice a driveway about 20 feet away. So if we are level 2 or higher on the psychic scale, we get a clue from a premonition. So we are at level 2, so we get clue number 27. Is the first piece of the picture. Set that there. Oop, just a second. There we are. Right. So, where were we? Investigating the gazebo, right. We got the permanent. Yep, here it is. Lost where the card was in front of me. So I think we should climb to the top of the gazebo. Because I know what happens when you run to the driveway. And we have more of the garden. The garden? The yard? The yarden? The yarden. I like that. We have more of the yarden to see. So we are going to climb up onto the gazebo. That is story card number 10. You stand on the gazebo's railing, steadying yourself by gripping an ornate post holding up the roof. The rumbling above sounds and feels frightening. What are you getting yourself into? Reluctant to barge into the middle of the situation, you raise yourself just enough for a peek and discover there is no one on the gazebo roof. The commotion is actually a large satellite dish, broken into 3 pieces. The big, jagged fragments are still connected to the base by wires, and the violent winds are spinning them in a circle with great force. Flailing wildly like an angry octopus, the satellite dish almost hits you in the face. You might be able to grab a piece by zooming by. Now we have a required challenge, which is to grab a piece of the satellite dish. So we have to roll a 3 or higher. We will see if we get it. And it's another 5. Okay, I haven't had this look at this game in a while, so this is making me very happy. I have not had this game go well many sessions, so I am happy to see it start off so hot. Clue number 22. You hold on to the top of the gazebo with one hand and time your lunge perfectly. You snag a chunk of the whirling satellite dish. The piece appears to be made by hand. An engraving on it reads, Planet of Crystals. Draw clue number 7. And we get a satellite dish. Your psychic senses tell you this is an important item. You look to your left and see a pathway that might be the front of the... Oh, I'm sorry. You look to your left and see a path to a driveway that might be the front of the house. You jump off the gazebo and run to check it out. So we get to keep the satellite dish, and we move 1 on the psychic scale. We are 2 away from level 3 already, and now we go to story card 30. That's the last card. You appear in a driveway, which leads you to the mansion's entrance. On the door is a plaque that reads Marsden, and a large crystal door knocker which seems newer than everything else in front of the building. You knock loudly many times, but there is no answer. The storm is really picking up now. You try the doorknob and are surprised to find that the door is unlocked. You've been lucky enough so far, but you wonder if you've missed something. Before you enter the house, you can look back. Before you enter the house, you look back. You can see a few clear paths. One leads toward a statuary, the other to a small cemetery. 2 more paths stretch out towards a watery ditch in the gate, with a gate, and the house's luxurious pool. You could go back and explore if you want. And I think that's what we're going to do. Oh. Oh, that's not... You have to raise the danger meter by 2 in order to go somewhere else? I remember we had a rule. We had a house rule. That was it. We had a house rule that we didn't raise the danger meter by 2, but... We got the truck key, we got the satellite dish, we got the saber, we got the dowel. We got good stuff. You know what? I think we will move forward. I think that is what we will do. We will move forward. We will end chapter 1. And that is... all going to go into a mess right there. Boom. Okay. 1 second. Right. So, now we are on to chapter 2. We can reorganize things a little bit. Maybe pull these down so we have room for more goodies that we happen to find. We don't need these, at least up till chapter 2. There we go. So we can throw those there, pop those on here. And now we have more space to put more of the things that we find. And we can take out the chapter 1 goal. There we are. Perfect. Alright. With that done, I'm going to take a quick break, and then we will be right back. So I hope you are enjoying this so far. And I will see you in just a few minutes. Alright, and we're back. Let me just get everything resituated before we begin chapter 2. Let's see. Okay. I think we're all set now. Chapter 2. You made it. You're inside the Marsden House, the cursed edifice that has haunted your nightmares for weeks. Your trek through the mansion's grounds have left you with far more questions than answers, to the point where you wonder if the smart move would be to turn around right now and forget you ever came to this infernal place. You're no quitter, though. You're an aspiring detective and psychic investigator. You won't give up this case until you find why a spooky futuristic mansion you've never seen before has somehow found its way into your dreams. And why you got a call from the house this morning. You're standing in the grand foyer. Its modern decor is elegant in its minimalism. Suddenly, a man in a delivery uniform bursts through a set of tall double doors, screaming. "Help! Help! They're after me!" the man cries. He rushes toward you, but suddenly drops to the ground as if he had been hit by an invisible hammer. You dash to his side and hear his breath come in short gasps, that the sound is almost like sobs. He gives a terrible shriek and lies still. This man has been frightened to death, you think. Just then he inhales sharply, jumps to his feet, and bolts past you and out of the house. You breathe a deep sigh of relief. So, not quite to death. Something falls from his clothing as he makes his exit and hits the floor, tinkling. You kneel down to inspect the object and discover it's a small dart, the kind that might have come from a blowgun. Whatever this man was afraid of, his fear seems to be justified. Just how dangerous is this house? As your thoughts swirl, a loud buzzing noise erupts from somewhere beneath your feet, shaking the floor. The noise is so loud it drowns out the gathering storm outside. Just as quickly as it came, the noise stops. It sure sounds like something weird is happening beneath the manor. You're willing to bet that, whatever is happening in this place, the answers await you down there. You don't see a way to the lower level of the foyer. Is it foyer or foyer? I don't know. Foyer. We'll say foyer. Rather, a sweeping stairway leads upstairs, while double doors that might have fright... Oh my god. This was always the problem I had with the game. It's because I was always the person who ended up being the one reading it. Because you try and pass this around and nobody knows what they're doing. So it's just like, just give it to me. But like I said, it's a long game. Anyways, let's try that again. Rather, a sweeping stairway leads upstairs, while the double doors that the frightened man ran through head off to your right, and a smaller door, slightly ajar, leads in the opposite direction. First thing we need to do is get clue number 57. Alright. Which is our goal, to find access to the basement. So we can either go to the second floor, the double doors, or the smaller door. I don't remember. I honestly don't remember. everything kind of goes into the hands of fate after a point. So I think what we'll do, I'll roll for it. I think I'll do that. I'll roll for it. We'll do that. So we'll say 1 to 2, 3 to 4, 5 to 6. Okay. 1 to 2, 3 to 4, 5 to 6. That is a 2. So that means taking the stairs to the second floor. Card number 39. They're over here. The stairway leads up to a long hallway. A violet rug with tasseled edges runs the length of the hall, and strange abstract paintings line the walls. A vase of lilies sits on an ornate side table halfway down the hall, a gorgeous wooden piece with rich floral engravings on the front and sides. Without warning, a ghostly figure comes through a door up ahead on your right. The ghost doesn't acknowledge your presence, as he rushes right through the closed door on the other side of the hall. The hallway seems colder than when you entered. Should you follow the ghostly figure, or perhaps inspect the room he came from? We do have an optional challenge, which is to search the ornate table, and if we are level 2 on the psychic scale, which we are, we add a +1 to the roll. I think that's worth a shot. I think that is worth a shot. No, we don't want to put that. Oh, we want to put that there. Okay. I don't want to get my cards mixed up. So we're going to go for that optional challenge. And we will see if we get something out of this table. 3 or better. That's a 4. So plus the 1, that's a 5. That's a winner right there. Number 29 for the clue. We get a glass key. You open a drawer and find a book. The middle portions of the pages are cut away, and inside the hollowed area sits a glass key. Perhaps you'll find a use for this. Keep this item and move forward 1 space on the psychic scale. We are almost to level 3. I don't think I've ever had a session go where we went past level 3. We've gotten to level 3 before. Never seen level 5. I know that for a fact. So do we want to follow the ghost or see where the ghost came from? Well, I don't want to go disturbing the dead now. I'm going to change the name of this because I think that's more accurate now. There we go. Just check something. Okay. All right. So I think we should see where the ghost came from, which is card number 36. You arrive in a large room with high ceilings and 5 billiard tables lined up in the center. 4 of the tables are lit by exquisite lamps suspended above them. Billiard balls are neatly racked on the 5th table, which sits in the shadows as if waiting for a game to begin. A small bar stands against one wall. Atop the bar, 15 overturned crystal glasses are arranged to form a pyramid. There's a weirdly small door on the far side of the room. It seems to have been designed for a child, but you might be able to squeeze through if you tried. You hear rain pattering against the skylight window. It's nearly dusk outside, and the rain appears to have started in earnest. If we are level 2 or higher on the psychic scale, which we are, we get to draw clue 52. Ooh. We get another piece of the picture. I'll set that here. Chapter 2? Yeah, right there. Oh. Oh! That's chapter 3. Hold up now. Hold up. 2, 2, 3. Ah, I see. Come on now. Come on, fingers. Oh, it's because I trimmed my nails. That's why. Come on. There we go. Now we have even more room. Let's organize that a bit real quick. Good. Have another space. So now we have an optional challenge to inspect the billiards table in the shadows. Thankfully, this is only a 1 danger meter risk. I think it might be worth trying. I think it might very well be worth trying. I don't have anything that can help boost this, unfortunately. But let's see what happens. That's a 6, baby. That's a 6. All right. Oh, that made me happy. All right. Clue number 33. You find a switch and the pool table turns over to reveal a strange motorized mechanism. Maybe it lowers the table down to the basement. Okay, so we have an option of going through the table or going through the small door. I think the small door loops. Because if I remember, there was also a small door downstairs. I don't honestly really remember, but I think I'm going to take the small door. I think I'm going to hold this to the side. I think I'm going to go small door. All right. Oh. Okay. I know what I've done. I know what I've done now. Entering a child's playroom, you find a giant overstuffed toy box resting against one wall. And in the middle of the room stands a dollhouse, which appears to be a perfect replica of the Marsden house. As you approach the dollhouse, you notice the walls of the playroom are covered with shelves full of porcelain dolls, their eyes peering down at you. It's difficult to break their gaze. The eyes seem to draw you into the blackness of their dead stares. Not looking away, you feel yourself shrinking smaller and smaller. Soon the dolls seem to loom over you, even more frightening than before, although they never move from their perches. Eventually, you're the size of a doll yourself, and you stand on the playroom floor beside the replica of the Marsden house. From where you stand, you can see the front door of the dollhouse. And our only option is to enter the dollhouse. I forgot about this bit. I knew it was coming. I forgot that was the way to get there. But the dollhouse entryway has doorways leading to a dining room, a parlor, and a bedroom. Before you can think of where you should go next, something distracts you. There is a force at work here, a presence you can't ignore. Something or someone seems to be calling you, drawing you onward. You can tell. This dollhouse is a hub of psychic energy, a nexus of weird power. You need to stay sharp. So there's the dining room, the parlor, and the bedroom. Okay. You know what? I'll roll for that as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a 1. So we're going to the dining room. 35. Okay. Okay. Seated at the head of the dollhouse dining room table is a doll wearing a crown. It is a doll king with an oddly compelling glass eye. Oddly compelling glass eyes, plural. My apologies. They sparkle with a kind of dark power. As you look into those eyes, you sense a strange tingle in your mind. This doll is reaching out to you mentally. You don't know why, but you feel that he wants to fight you on the plane of pure thought. You sense this could help you strengthen your psychic abilities. Around the dining room table, 2 doors lead to 2 other rooms inside the dollhouse. So we have an optional challenge to try and fight the Doll King with our mind. If we lose, we raise the danger meter by 3, but we can try again. So, with that in mind, we thankfully have gotten fairly good progress into the psychic scale. If we drop 2, we're still at 8, we're still at level 2. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. So, we can kind of go ham if we want to if we fail this the first time. We can go all the way and just try for it. And then we reset, we get us back to 3. We can try at least 1 or 2 more times. So that is my thought process here. We can use this danger meter to still stay in level 2. But it gives us a couple extra chances to try and beat this Doll King. So let's see what happens. As a 1, so we move 1, 2, 3 up the meter. So we have to get a 4 or above to beat this Doll King. That is a 2, so we move up 3 again. Now we have to get a 5 or 6. A 5 or 6 to beat the Doll King. As a 4. So we reset, drop 2. And we're going to try again. And try again. That is a 5. And we got him. Kind of figured it would take the return down, the danger meter to get that, but you know what? I think it's worth it in the end. I think it's going to be worth it. I don't remember. I hope it is. You project your thoughts at the little king, like light through a magnifying glass. You focus on the doll's mind, narrowing your thoughts to a tight beam. Finally, when you can hardly take any more, the doll blinks. You won. Keep the card. Oh, keep the card. Okay. Move forward 2 spaces on the psychic scale. 1, 2. Finish the story card. So I'm interested why we keep this card. Huh. Okay, I guess we keep the card. Cool. So, do we go to the parlor or the bedroom? Let's say 1 to 3, 3 to 6. 1 to 3, 3 to 6. That's a 3. We go to the parlor. 56. Wait, 57. That's correct. 57. A piano takes up one corner of the dollhouse parlor. A doll sits on the piano bench, wearing a crown and a rich red gown, hands poised above the keys. This is the doll queen. And even though her back is turned, you feel as though she's daring you to face her in some kind of bizarre piano contest of the mind. Perhaps accepting the queen's unusual challenge and defeating her will increase your psychic skills. You notice a painting above the piano. It depicts a solarium, and it's so spellbindingly realistic you can't help but reach out and touch your hand to it. You are amazed when your hand disappears into the painting and you can touch the solarium on the other side. The painting is a magical portal and might be your only way out of the dollhouse. So I think... Oh, I see. If we have certain clues... Ah, yes. Okay, so there's 2 ways to enter this magical painting, this Mario 64 painting. If you have clue 50, you can enter it. If you don't have clue 50, you can still enter it. So that kind of says something of what could happen if you don't have clue 50. So let's try to fight the doll queen in a psychic piano battle of the mind. We have to get 3 or better. That is a 2, so we raise it by 3. I have to get a 4 or better. That is a 6, baby. That is a 6. Clue 30. I was really worried. I was really worried we were going to jump into another scenario again. The queen's hands don't move, but you hear an incredible piano playing, swirling through the parlor as fast as the wind. Now it's your turn. Reaching out to the piano with your brain, you weave notes into an intricate manic waltz, even faster and more beautiful than the queen's. Your music dances through the room. The queen's crown falls to the floor. You've bested her. You win. Keep this card and move forward 2 spaces on the psychic scale, which puts us into level 3. So I'm surprised that we have to keep these. I don't remember why or if there is a reason for it, but we have beaten the queen and the king, and the only room left to go to is the bedroom. So let us go to card number 41. We can always return to that room later. It's 35. No. 41. That's correct. The dollhouse bedroom is filled with miniature furnishings, which are now full size to you. A cozy chair, a dresser, a lamp, and a bed. Lying in the bed, its head on a pillow, is a stuffed mouse. It's so lifelike, you catch yourself thinking you should step quietly so you don't wake it up. Your psychic sense starts to pulse. You get a feeling something very important is hidden in this room. And for a free action, if we are level 3 or higher on the psychic scale, which we are, we get clue 50. The Marsden family ring. You sneeze, awakening the mouse, which scurries away. In the bed, you see it was sleeping atop of the Marsden family ring. In your tiny state, it is as big as a truck tire. You must roll it to move it. Your psychic senses tell you this is an important item. Keep this item, move forward 1 space on the psychic scale. So, with that found... Oh, and here's the mouse. So, with that found, we can go back to the parlor. Yes, to the parlor. And we can now use the Marsden family ring to go through the magical Mario 64 painting. So, to do that, we go to clue number 47. That out of here. 47. Another 47. Have to get out of the mansion in one piece. You'll have to use all your might to throw the ring through the portal before jumping through to the other side, where you sense the portal's magic will surely return you to normal size. Required challenge: throw the ring through the portal. Okay, so if we win this, we lower the danger meter by 2 and draw a clue. If we lose, then we have to raise the danger meter by 1 and go again. Okay, so we have to now get a 4 or higher. 4 or higher. It's a 1. So we go up 1. Wait, raise danger meter by 1. Okay, so now we have to get a 5 or higher. That is a 4. That is not enough, and we don't have any... We have the wooden trowel. Oh, I kind of want to keep that. I'll take it. You know what? I'll take the loss. I'll take the loss. Okay. 5 or higher. Because I think the wooden... Because there, with some of these items, your psychic sense tells you this is an important item. You kind of have to item hoard in this game. 5 or higher. So another 4. Okay, 5 or higher. We'll still be at level 3. It's a 4. 6. 6 to keep us. That's a 6. Ah, God. That's what we call stupid luck. Oh my God. So now I lowered the danger meter by 2. Great. Still at 5. Draw clue 55. 55? Yeah. Oh, Lord. Oh, boy. You take a deep breath and jump into the portal. A pins and needles sensation spreads over your body as you travel the dimensional pathway. When you reach the other side, you're standing in the solarium you saw in the picture. You've returned to normal size. Story card number 48. Once you've entered the solarium, you notice how the glass panes are in angular shapes that create a spiderweb pattern across the ceiling. There are clay pots with exotic plants on every flat surface. "Welcome," you hear a female voice say. "We're so glad you found your way here." An elderly woman in a long black dress and white apron glides into view beside the wall. She appears to be the housekeeper. She raises one finger and curls it toward her, beckoning you. "We've been expecting you. Come this way," she says. Something in her voice makes you freeze. This might be trouble. You notice something shiny tucked behind a tropical shrub, but you probably have to deal with the housekeeper before you can investigate it. You glimpse an art gallery beyond the solarium. This is getting to me. Oh, here she is. So, okay. We only have one chance. One chance to get this. We have to get a 5. Oh, boy. We are above psychic level 2, so we do get a +1, so we then have to at least roll a 4. We don't have any challenge boosters that can help with this. I don't know if I want to risk this. I kind of just want to run out the door. Okay. Yeah, this is tricky. This is tricky. If I do that, then I get punished, which I'm pretty sure is going to hit my psychic scale, which possibly could drop us into level 2 again. Psychic level needs to be at a fairly decent level to help progress through the game. I think I'm going to run through the solarium door, which is number 55. No. Do I want... You know what? I'm going to take the challenge. I'm doing it. We get the +1. We got to at least get a 4. Oh, we got it, baby. Oh. Okay. Worth it. Oh, clue number 39. Oh, boy. That was a gamble. And I'm glad I took it. You calmly explain to the woman that you'd rather not go with her, and she returns to tending her plants. You grab the shiny object before leaving and find it warm to the touch. Your psychic senses tell you this is an important item. It's a large metal rod. Keep this item. We go 3 spaces on the psychic scale. 1, 2, 3. We are in level 4. Oh my god, we are actually at level 4. We are at level 4 before chapter 3. That is... Okay, that's not happened. I've not seen this happen before. This is kind of bonkers. The dice have been very helpful. Oh, boy. Okay. All right. Where do I want to go now? Do I want to leave? No. Let's go to the art gallery. Oh, hold up. So there is the art gallery beyond the solarium. Right, okay. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go to the art gallery. I genuinely don't remember the art gallery. Stepping into the marble-floored art gallery, you're amazed by more than 100 gold-framed paintings, plus countless abstracts, modern sculptures on pedestals. Wow. The entire collection must be worth gazillions. Too bad you've got no time to admire any of it. You're eager to keep moving. French doors lead to the study, and a doorway leads outside. You can see a pathway leading to an attached structure that appears to be a mother-in-law apartment. If we are level 2 or higher on the psychic scale, we get a clue! We are level 4. We are rocking. 54. Oh, another piece of the puzzle. There we go. I have no room to... Oh, you know what? I could put it in the bottom of the box. Let's see if that'll work. Yeah, you know what? We'll do that. That's where we'll keep the picture. So this is what we have so far. These are the puzzle pieces we have at the moment. So, if we're going to go through the French doors, we go that way. Or if we take the outside to the mother-in-law apartment. Let's not head outside. Let's go to the study. Let's go to the study. 33. All right. Once inside the study, you're shocked to find 12 pairs of eyes staring at you in outrage. You stop dead in your tracks. There are a dozen shady-looking people, all stuffing briefcases with bundles of cold, hard cash. Literally, they're taking the money out of the ice-filled coolers. You take another step, and all but one of the guys takes off, suddenly spooked. The last one turns and glares at you. Since he's still holding his briefcase tightly with both hands, you're pretty sure you can take him. You see a hallway on the other side of the room that might serve to be a quick exit. So we can try and wrestle the briefcase filled with cash out of this man's hand. If we do this, this raises our danger meter to 3, which will drop us down to level 3 on the psychic scale, but that'll reset us down to 3 on the danger meter. So I think that's worth giving a try, and we can try this multiple times. So 3 on the danger meter. 1, 2, 3. Or if we somehow get a 5 or above, because I want to try and keep, really want to try and keep as many items as I can. I mean, I can use the pocket knife or the bottle of water at any point, I'm sure. Could do that to drop that, because that'd be 1, 2, 3. That at least gets us in the middle 4s, but we still have 3 more chapters to go through. So we're going to give this a try. If we lose, then we just go back to level 3 on the psychic scale. 5 or above. That is a 4. I could use the cavalry. You know what? I'm going to use the pocket knife. That's a 4. That is a 4. We're going to use the pocket knife. It's a starter item. I don't think it's necessary for endgame, so we are going to use that, which gets us clue number 38. The music has stopped again. Ah. There we go. All music is made by me on that I've been playing. Oh, you are currently holding a briefcase that contains more money than Sergeant Morrison and Detective Murphy earned in 2 years. Your psychic senses tell you this is an important item. Move forward 1 on the psychic space and keep this item. Boom. And we got a briefcase full of money. So now, we head down the hallway by drawing clue number 45. And there. You race down the hallway past photographs and paintings of an old prison. You reach the end of the hall and find a metal door. Let's go to story card 60. Oh! You shove the metal door open. When you close it behind you, clang! It shuts. It sounds like a door to a jail cell slamming shut. You turn to check where you are. This is an elevator. You get in and press the closed door button, and finally get a moment to catch your breath. Can't believe what you've been through so far. But this elevator might be your ticket to the basement, and should bring you one step closer to uncovering the mystery of the sounds you heard when you first entered the Marsden house. Now that you know where the elevator is, you wonder if you should go back to the basement now, or go back and investigate anything you may have missed. So, we probably, what do we got? We got quite a lot of stuff, honestly, because from chapter 1, we got the saber, the dowel, the truck key, and the satellite dish. From this chapter, we've got the Marsden ring, the glass key, metal rod, and a briefcase full of money. Plus, we beat the king and queen at psychic battles. I think we should continue. I think we should continue on. I think that is the plan. So we are going to call that Chapter 2 completed. Whew. That was pretty intense. We are very, very high up on... I just remembered. Hold on a second. Where's Chapter 5's... Ah, here they are. Chapter 5's clue cards. So the rest of Chapter 4 should be... No, I got this all out of whack. Okay, so there's Chapter 5. These are the bottom for Chapter 4. Just that we have these all set up nice and proper. There we go. Perfect. Now, that gives us a lot more space, too. So we are on our way to Chapter 3. It is into the realm of the unknown, because usually at this point, the people I play with tap out. And they're like, this is taking too long. And I'm like, you asked for it. You asked for this. So, I hope you're all enjoying. This has been really fun. I don't get to play this very often, so I like doing this kind of game. And I wish I could find more games like this. Unfortunately, I can't afford any right now. So that's why I'm trying to find some on Tabletop Simulator. See if I can do something like that. similar to this, because this is really fun. Let's move these up. We still have these that we can use, and our chapter 2 is done with. So, with 2 chapters done, 3 to go, I'm going to take another break, and I will see you in a few minutes. Remember to get water and stretch and all that jazz and all that good stuff. So, we'll see you in a few minutes. And we are back. And I forgot to turn the lights on. Walked in all confident, ready to go, and completely forgot to turn on the lights. Whew, boy. This has been a heck of an adventure so far. We're averaging about an hour a chapter, which is pretty good. Pretty happy with that. So, let us move on now. Chapter 3. Move this. Well, let's switch these around. There we go. Let me just get everything fixed up. All right. Chapter 3. You're still not sure what's really going on in this place. You were already freaked out by the creepy stuff you saw outside the Marsden house, and the discovery of actual spirits from beyond the grave in the house have only made you more on edge. You steel your nerves and remind yourself that you're not just an aspiring detective, you're a psychic investigator. You eat spirits from beyond the grave for breakfast. Not really, but the point is, you feel a surge of confidence. You can do this. At any rate, you've come way too far to turn back now. So all you can do is hope that the depths of the house hold some insight into the mysterious nightmares that have plagued you for weeks and drew you to this modern architecture house of horrors in the first place. I forgot my water. I will be back in just a second. Hold on. Knew I forgot something. There we go. I was feeling my throat start to tickle, and I'm like, I don't feel my water bottle by my foot. Oh, that's better. That's a lot better. Okay. Let's get back at it. But the elevator, which all your hopes rest on, is totally trashed. The last person to use it must have really hated elevators. Based on the scratch marks on the walls, they might have had sharp claws, too. A strange sensation now washes over you. Your head spins. You lose your balance and you fall to your knees. Although you don't quite black out, you're overwhelmed by visions, as your consciousness leaves your body and travels through the house's lower regions on mind power alone. You drift downwards through a meeting room full of huge shadowy figures, and a laboratory stocked with equipment. Your awareness projects deeper and deeper under the estate. You finally come to a jail cell. Your mind can't penetrate to see who's inside, but a wave of anguish emits from it like the heat of the sun. You sense that the person trapped inside is responsible for what you've encountered so far, and could help you with what you'll encounter next. Sorry, I need another drink. Throat's going out. Now we get clue number 76. Which is our goal. To rescue the prisoner you sensed from your psychic projection. Your mind joins your body again, and as though swiftly snapping back into place. It takes you a moment to get your bearings. You're in your own body, in an elevator, in a spooky house that You somewhat regret ever setting foot inside. You check the panel and find that all the buttons have been pried off except for two. They might be the only active basement levels. Of course, it's also possible they're just the floors that whoever wrecked this elevator wants to lure you to. With a whoosh, the elevator doors open, briskly close. So, oh, there goes my throat yet again. Whew. We could go to sub-basement 2 or 3. Huh. Okay, we'll let the dice decide. 1, 2, 3, 4 to 6. We are going to sub-basement 2. Sub-basement 2 seems like the safer bet. At the very least, it's one less flight of stairs to climb back up if things go horribly wrong and you need to flee back up to the surface. The elevator opens into an administrative office. Just as you enter the room, a television monitor crackles to life. On the screen is a video feed of a haggard man in a lab coat. The camera pans up until his face fills the screen. "If you could hear this, your life is in danger," he says. "My former assistant has locked me in the detention cells and is using all of our discoveries for evil. You must help me escape. If we don't stop her..." The video feed cuts off. There is a closed door on the far wall, and an unopened air duct that you could easily fit into. Alright, so this is going to get really tricky now. This is going to become very tricky for me. We are decently high on our danger meter. We're at level 4 of the psychic scale, so going into this, I mean, this isn't too bad of a situation. I think I'm going to try the door first. I don't feel like crawling into the... you know what? I'm going to let the dice decide. 1 to 3, 4 to 6. We're going in the air duct. Solid in the middle of that. Whatever happens, happens. The air duct takes you over a loud room full of what sounds like a gang of rowdy hooligans. You peek through a grate and discover a group of massive, savage chimps sitting at a conference table, snorting and growling and beating their chests. A woman sits at the head of the table speaking to them, but you're too far away to hear over the chaos. There's a smaller, more rickety air duct that leads to the wall by the woman, and if you're careful, you could probably make it there to hear what she's saying. You can also see from here that the air duct you are in splits off and terminates into 2 other rooms. The room on the left is dimly lit by glow of blue liquid in some large glass vats. The room on your right is pitch black. You could quietly crawl to either and jump out. So we come to our first dexterity challenge. Unfortunately, I think we're doomed to fail if we try it. Because I think that might lock us out of some things too. So you know what? I think we're gonna try and go to the room with the vats of blue liquid. I think that's what we're gonna do. The pitch black room, I'm not really getting a good vibe off of, but room with vats with blue, well, vats of blue liquid is what it says. Another bit of water. You see rows and rows of glowing blue vats, all filled with chimpanzees in various stages of development. The largest ones are as big as adult humans. Someone is bending the laws of nature to unethical extremes down here. The vats are plugged into a utility box on the wall. On top is a glowing cap with 3 crystals. Might be some kind of power source. Something about the crystalline cap calls to you. It feels important. From the utility box, cords and wires run to an adjoining room through a propped open door. There's also a conveyor belt that leads through an opening in the far wall. The belt is moving slowly, and the motion is mildly hypnotic. So, we have the option to get the crystalline cap loose, which I think we're going to go for, because we could try that again, and if we lose, we go up by 2, which gives us at least another chance to keep us in level 4. If we lose again, we go down to level 3, but at least it's only the top level of level 3. So I think we're going to roll with that. We're going to give this a try. We got to get a 5 or above. 5 or above. And that is a 6. I forgot to open up that is a 6. That is excellent. I forgot to hold it up. I feel bad. I held it like right close to me. I'm like, please, please be good. Whew. Okay, so we get 87. The crystalline cap. You pry the crystalline cap from the utility box. Even unplugged, it keeps glowing. This object gives you a shiver. Your psychic senses tell you this is an important item. Move forward 3 spaces on the psychic scale. We are already at the end of level 4. This is wild. I am loving this. So we keep this item. Got that right there. We're going to have to start staggering these, I'm afraid. So we have truck key, satellite dish, Marsden family ring, briefcase full of money, a large metal rod, a glass key, and now a crystalline cap. And then we still have these. I still don't know why we're keeping the cards to prove that we beat the king and queen at their psychic battle. I don't understand why we're keeping that, but you know what? It's a trophy for me. It is a trophy for me. We fought hard. So, now that we have the crystalline cap, we can either go onto the conveyor belt or go through the door. I say we go through the door. I don't think jumping on the conveyor belt is going to lead to anything that is going to help us. I think it's going to lead to a Half-Life inspired crushing room. Set that there. You know what? I could do... Yeah, you know what? I'll do that. I'll stagger these. I'm trying not to mix up the cards too much, so it'll be somewhat easier for me to put back. Gives us a little more space in case we get some more stuff we can use for our rolls. This room is filled with generators of every shape and size, and they all look extremely unsafe. In fact, one of the older, larger ones has a huge crack in the casing, but it's still running, with irregular bursts of electricity arching from it to nearly every surface. You'd rather not get too close to it, but you'll have to if you want to investigate the door to the vault on the other side. The only other exit isn't a door at all, but a massive hole in the wall that leads into total darkness. As you feel around in the dark for a light switch, you discover that the passageway isn't so much a hallway as a tunnel, with rough walls that have been dug out of rock and soil. So we could try and get by the cracked generator, or take the tunnel into darkness. I don't know. I really don't know. I think I might have to leave this up to a roll. This could be rough. This could be rough. But you know what? We're going to do it. 1 to 3, 4 to 6. Front of the camera this time. We are going to the Tunnel of Darkness. I was kind of hoping it would take the vault, but the generator, but we will see. It is card number 87. I am nervous. I am very, very nervous. You can't see more than a few feet in front of you as you walk down the tunnel. So when a man's voice calls out from the darkness, you almost jump out of your skin. Hey, you. You freeze. What now? You're the new lab assistant, right? It's about time you got here. You have the briefcase. Oh, that was the right choice. We have the briefcase full of money. We have the briefcase. If you have clue 38, give it to the mysterious danger by discarding it and getting clue number 62. Ooh. Clue number 62. Jesus. There we go. Organize. Organize. Love of God. Please. Pleasure doing business, he says. Even though you gave him what he wanted, he still spits on the floor and grumbles about his crew waiting for him at the garage as he hurries away. Your psychic senses tell you that giving him the briefcase was the right thing to do. Move forward 2 spaces on the psychic scale. We are in level 5 of the psychic scale before we... This is wild. This has never gone this good. I'm really proud that this has turned out this well. I'm really happy with this. Finished story card. Right there. So we put that away. Continue on back. The man rushes down the tunnel in the direction that he came from, his footsteps booming into the darkness. There's a door with iron bars built into the wall here. It looks like it could lead to some sort of cell or maybe a kennel. It's unlocked. Follow the man down the tunnel or open the cell door to see what's inside. Alright. I don't think we should follow the man down the tunnel. I don't think because he said he's heading back to the garage, so that's probably going to be where all his goons are. They're probably going to have guns. That's my guess. So I say we open the cell door, which is top card right here, 62. You slide open the barred door. It looks much more industrial than the other rooms you've been in. The door slides shut on its own. Clang. And you hear it lock behind you. You see some kind of gated structure down a hallway in front of you, and quickly press yourself against the wall when you realize that 2 figures are guarding it. There's also a desk on the side of the room, out of the guard's line of sight. If you are level 3 or higher on the psychic scale, we draw a clue. Well, we are nearly maxed on the psychic scale. We are rocking on that psychic scale. Oh ho ho! Look at that. Get ourselves another piece of the puzzle, baby. Let's see. They gotta work together somehow. Don't know how. I don't know. Very interesting. Okay. These are the clues we have in this puzzle. So, do we want to try our luck with the guards or sneak our way across to the desk? I think we leave this up to a roll. I think we should leave this up to the roll. 1 to 3, 4 to 6. That's a solid 5. We're trying to sneak. You make it to the desk unnoticed. The only thing here is a fancy new computer. It's a shiny beige box underneath a monitor that glows with rows of green text and a blinking command prompt. If you can manage to break through the computer security, you might find some useful information stored in its internal memory. Now we have an optional challenge, which if we lose, well, we are above 3 on the psychic scale, so we get a +1. We don't have anything that can help this perception. If we lose, we raise the danger meter by 2. And we don't get a chance to do this again. I think we're going to at least give it a shot. So we have to get at least a 4 or higher. That is 1 short. Danger meter is up to 6. We do not find the information. So, our only choice now is to approach the chimp guards. Well, we tried. Right. The 2 guards are huge chimpanzees as tall as you are. They're walking upright, just like you are. They're wearing security guard uniforms, just like you are not. They notice the key difference, and they attack. So now we have to battle the guards, which is a required challenge. So in order to beat this, we have to get a 6. If we lose, it says raise the danger meter by 4, but that just drops us to back to where we were. Gotta get a 6 here. 6 to survive. That is not a 6. Oh, and try again. So we go down. 1, 2. So we're still at level 4. I didn't see it was try again. Okay. So now we just have to get a 3. Okay. 3 or higher. And we got it, baby. 3. So that just dropped us down a bit. That's okay. That's not bad. Once you defeat the chimpanzee guards, you find the gate will only open with an electronic key card. Oh, if you have clue 28 or 77. We do not. We have to go to story card 88. Darn it. Well, that stinks. Alright. Without the key card, you're trapped. You can't get past the gate, and you can't leave the detention center through the locked door. Just as you're about to give up, you spot a hole in the ceiling tiles, mostly obscured by shadows in the corner of the room. Now we go through the hole in the ceiling. gets us to card number 70. Oh god, no. Oh no. I just remembered what this is. And hello, Gemheart. I just noticed you. Hello. Oh, I cannot get this. I swear. I cannot get this chat to look good. Why? Why? There we go. That's about as good as that's gonna get. Okay, so. Gemheart. I will bring you up to speed on what has been happening. So, I'll give you a quick crash course. This is House of Danger. This is a choose-your-own-adventure game. And you are a private detective and psychic investigator who's been having dreams about this crazy mansion. So, in Chapter 1, we are able to finagle our way through various ways to get through the grounds to the mansion while collecting several items, such as the cavalry saber, large wooden dowel, truck keys, and satellite dish. Once we got into the mansion, we ended up getting a few more items, as well as being shrunk down into a dollhouse and having psychic battles with a king and queen doll, which these are the two cards that they had me keep, I guess, as trophies. Where we also received the Marsden family ring. Marsden is the name of the home we are in, the Marsden Mansion. The glass key, large metal rod, and I think we just got the crystalline cap. So we are now in the basement after we felt the presence of somebody who may be important to why we've been having nightmares about this place. And we also just came across a man on a screen saying that his lab assistant has locked him in the bowels of the mansion. And he is trying to get out. So far we have now gotten into the butler. You know what? There was a butler, they would have a hell of a job with this match and trying to keep it up. I'll say that. So, unfortunately, we did not have a key card in order to get through to the next room. So now, unfortunately, we are going to do what those of us who did finish this game, this is the gauntlet. It is very difficult, but we're going to see what happens. So, the hole opens up into a vertical shaft with haphazardly placed handholds like a climbing wall. You found a secret passage. Required challenge. Ascend the shaft. So, we have to now roll at least a 3. I forgot to mention this part. I did at the beginning, but we've been building up our psychic scale by completing tasks and challenges. And our danger meter is what we have to roll in order to complete a challenge. So 3 all the way to 6. But if we reach the top, we lose 2 on the psychic scale, go back down to 3. So, we cannot skip these challenges. So we must roll now a 3 or higher in order to pass this. If we lose, we raise the danger meter by 2 and continue trying. I have to shake it away from the microphone because it's very loud and it has no felt inside. That's a 6. That gets us through, which says we lower the danger meter by 1 and draw the next clue. Excellent. Clue number 81. And the music has stopped again. Let's put that back up. I really should have that on a loop of some kind, but I don't.
You've climbed 20 feet when the handholds suddenly recede into the wall and disappear. This isn't just any secret passage. It's a booby-trapped one. Think fast. Next required challenge is to avoid falling. Well, thankfully, we can run this with just a 3. And we have that extra drop there from the last challenge. So let us see what we get. That's another 6. The rolls have been very kind to us today. We've been doing very well. So we move this down by 1 yet again. And draw our next clue. 78. Wingardium Leviosa. You found a ledge, but getting onto it is going to take some serious agility. Required challenge, get on the ledge quick. Let's roll to see if we do this. And that's a 3 on the dot. That is perfect. Whew. Well, we can't lower the danger meter anymore, which would be great. It'd be great if we could, but we unfortunately are out of room. So we go now to 73. 73. There is a passageway carved into the stone wall here. Someone has piled up a bunch of rocks to block the entrance. Required challenge, move all the rocks. Now, I am trying to keep the saber and the dowel. I'm really trying to keep and find as many items as I can. I've probably missed a bunch, but having a bunch of items will not only help you get into certain areas, but it will also help in the end game. So, we will see how powerful our might is. Hopefully we don't have to use up that wooden dowel. That would be great. That is a 1. So we raise the danger meter by 2 and try again. That's okay. We're just back at the start. That is a 2. We move up by 2. We try again. 4 or better. That is a 6. So, we are able to continue. Only moved up a little bit. That's not bad. That is not bad. Moved to 79. I should have believed you. I should have tried at first. Halfway down the passage, you find a chimpanzee sitting at a desk. I forgot to mention, chimpanzees are a big part of this. They are being, the lab assistant is, the lab assistant that went crazy is, genetically modifying chimpanzees to kind of create, like, an army. Yes, so we actually had to fight 2 security guard chimpanzees before you jumped in. There's actually one in the first chapter you can fall prey to, um, that lures you in with the violin. And I cannot tell you how many times the people I've had play this have fallen for it. It is wonderful to hear them just go, "You're gotta be kidding me," and then that kind of sets the precedent when you start seeing more and more and more. So this is a chimpanzee sitting at a desk. He is smoking cigarettes and watching TV. He looks angry. Required challenge: fight an angry chimpanzee. So, now we need to have a 4 or higher. 4 or higher. That is a 6. That's a 5. I can't count. I went to college. I have a degree. I tell myself this every day. Alright, so now we go to 75. Oh, my life is a mess. Alright. Also had a bit of a libation, so... But I'm doing fine. I'm doing alright. I'm mixing up the cards, unfortunately. Oh, dear. There we go. We're fine. We're good. Right. You run past the chimp and right into a 10-foot guinea pig. It's adorable. And it can kill you. Attack it, sneak past it, heave a table at it, climb over it, or find some other solution. Required challenge: conquer the guinea pig. Oh, yes. So... oh, dear. Oh, my. This is gonna be interesting. Oh, man. Okay. We need to get a 4 or better to conquer the guinea pig. If worse comes to worse, if we start going too far down the psychic scale from having to reset for any reason, I will consider using one of my items, but let's see if we can conquer the guinea pig. Oh, of course, this pops up right in front of my screen. Okay, there we go. 4 or better to conquer the guinea pig. That is a 1. We move up by 2. We are now in the 5 range. I have my bottle of water, which will lower the danger meter by 3. I've had that since the start. I don't know if I want to get rid of it yet, because we still have 2 more chapters to go. And we have been averaging about an hour a chapter, so this has been going great. So, we're going to try this one more time. 5 or better. That is a 3. We move up 2. We have one more chance. If we lose this next one, we move down 2 on the psychic scale, but that still keeps us in level 4, which is fine. That's really good. We got up pretty quickly, so it's going to get harder from now on out, but at least we have that buffer. So with one more chance, 5 or better. To defeat the giant 10-foot guinea pig. That is a 4. That is not going to make it. However, you know what? I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it back down to 3. Move back to 2. I'm going to take it. That's okay. That's okay. We can build it up. We can build it back up. We need to try and keep our stuff as much as possible. I definitely want to keep the bottle of water for at least partway through chapter 4. But now at least we have a bit of a better chance. So 3 or better. 3 or better. To conquer the giant guinea pig. That is a 2. We move up 2. I told you, there was a reason this is called the Gauntlet. We breezed through the stuff before fairly simply. That's luck. That is just luck. This is where it usually comes crashing down. And we usually use an item by this point. But I'm going to try and stick with this. So 4 or better. That is a 4. We got him. We lower the danger meter by 2. And we get the next clue. Clue number 77. Oh boy. And we get the key card. You see the access key card on the floor. You grab it and run through the doors in front of you, unsure what is on the other side. Okay. We have the key card. So now we go to card number 69. We could have used that key. We may have to go back. We may have to go back and use the key card if we're going to get stuff. Now that means raising the danger meter, but I think this kind of partway through the game, I think it's going to be necessary. So, you are now in a chamber with 3 prison cell doors. There are heavy iron... I'm sorry. Let me try this one more time. You are now in a chamber with 3 prison cell doors. They're heavy iron things with small barred windows that make it difficult to see what might be inside. I understand what a cell door is. There's a ring of 3 keys hanging from a nail on the wall. So we can try cell A, B, or C. A, B, or C. Huh. You know what? Should we leave it up to the dice? We do 1 to 2, 3 to 4, 5 to 6. We could leave it all to choice. I personally think it's C, but I'm willing to let the dice decide. My instinct says C. But we're gonna let the dice decide. 1 to 2, 3 to 4, 5 to 6. That is a 5 that we're going to see. We will see if I was correct. Just as you swing at the prisoner, he flings his arm in front of his face. "No, stop," he says. "I'm Professor Marsden." Did you say Marsden? Yes, that's right. This was the great estate of my ancestor, General Marsden. But at the moment, we'll have more urgent things to discuss. This is Marsden, as in... I probably can't pull this up too close, but it is... Oh, God. It's going to kill the focus. Let's see if I can fix this. Give me just a second. Come on. I'll get it to work. Come on. Oh, it's because I have that fixed. There we go. I have to adjust the focus manually. So it's Marsden with D-E-N. Now I have to go do that again. There we go. There we go. Okay. So now we go to story card 90. No, this isn't a Red Dead crossover. Professor Marsden looks worried. You have to help me stop my former research assistant, he says. She's twisted our scientific research for evil. So she's responsible for all these chimps, you ask? Yes, he says, but there's something bigger afoot. I'm talking about the alien science. Marsden says he can provide all the answers you're looking for, but you should first make sure you're prepared to leave this section of the house behind. He can give you explicit directions to important locations if you think you have missed anything. So I think we're going to have to go back and use the key card on the door. So if I remember, I believe that was the biochemistry lab. So let me see. That would be... Do I have that card? Did I go through that card already? Whichever the one I... Oh, you know, that might be the generator room. Was it the generator room? Because then that was the tunnel into darkness, which led to... I'm trying to do this just to save time. That led to this, what you call it, the guy who gave the briefcase full of money to, which then continues to the back, which leads us to the cell door, which is card 62. That was the guards, which we beat. That was 74. We beat the guards. And that gets us to the key card. Okay. So, because we did all of that, that does mean we have to increase our danger meter by 3. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3. I just did that to save time because that was going to take forever. Okay, but we are now at the door that requires a key card, number 77, which we now have. So that goes to story card 69. Wait, did we do this already? Oh, no. Hold on. I swear we just did... We'll get the wrong set of cards. Hold on a second. Number 69. That gets us to the chamber. Okay, so that was all for nothing. Okay, so... I forgot. It gives you the key card after you do the gauntlet. Okay, so that was completely unnecessary. However, we still need to try and check out the conference room. So we're going to keep that at the level it was. We're going to pretend none of that ever happened and pretend that I'm actually a smart person who went to college and got a degree. So, we are going to go to the air duct, to the conference room.
Alright, so the conference room. We'll slide this back under here. Conference room. So, there is the optional challenge to try and hear what the lab assistant was saying down at the office filled with chimpanzees. There's also the pitch black room, but I think I want to take the risk, and I want to try and see if I can hear what the woman is saying. If I win, we get a clue. If we lose, then the danger meter goes up by 2. Okay, well, you know what? You say the pitch black room. Okay. How about this? How about this? We roll for it. We roll on the die. 1 to 3 for the optional challenge. 4 to 6, we go to the pitch black room. I think that's fair. Because we've already gone to the room with the vats of glowing blue liquid. That's where all the chimpanzees were being created. So, I think that's fair to give this a try. 1 to 3, 4 to 6. That's the that is the challenge. So, you know what? I'll check what the pitch black room was after I complete it, or I beat this or fail at this. We will see. We will see. So now I have to roll a 4 or higher in order to hear this lab assistant talking to the chimpanzees. So we need a 4 or higher. That is a 4. That makes it. Whew. All right. Clue number 71. You crawl through the rickety air duct. You feel like you got this under control. Wait. 70. Oh no, that was the wrong one. 71 is the failure. I grabbed the wrong one. I assumed that I fail. Whoops. My mistake. Now the cards are getting jumbled again. There we go. So that's 84, because we won. You crawl through the rickety air duct without breaking it. Or yourself. Yes, I'm very sure. Please don't question. My degree's just behind me, I swear. And overhear the woman lecturing the chimps on ways to improve the profitability of a counterfeiting operation. The chimps are less than attentive. You crawl back up into the main vent, not sure what to think. Okay. Well, that puts us back at the air duct. Well, I mean, I guess we can go through the pitch black room. So you know what? That's what we're gonna do. We are gonna go through the pitch black room. So here we go. The room is pitch black. You can't see anything except for the faintest hint of illumination coming from a door on your left and what might be a stack of boxes next to it. Feel free to fumble around for a light switch if you like. So, if we choose, we can go for the optional challenge, which is to try and find a light switch. If we fail at that, we move the danger meter up by 2.
We can also then decide if we want to go through the door on the left or check out the boxes. So I'm thinking we should probably at least try to go for, try to go for a light switch maybe? I don't know. Part of me wants to go to the boxes, because I think jumping out the door would be a mistake. So now I'm stuck between either going to the boxes and skipping the challenge or trying the challenge out. Either way. I might as well give it a try. If I go up, that puts us up at 5. Still middle of the road on level 4. Might as well give this a try. 4 or better. To find a light switch. That is a 5. That is a 5. So we get story card. Oh no, story card. Story card. 89. You find the switch, and with the lights on, you can see you're in a small, cramped laboratory. Jars and beakers full of mysterious liquid cover every flat surface. You're lucky you didn't stick your hand in a jar of acid or worse while searching for the lights. Now you can clearly see the door and a stack of boxes. Also, you can now see a ladder hanging up. What? Now you can see a ladder hanging down from a trapdoor in the ceiling. Unfortunately, the lowest rungs are missing, so there's no way to climb it. If only you had something like a wooden dowel that fits into the ladder. Well, we have a wooden dowel. And that's why you want to keep these things. So if we have the wooden dowel, we can use it to climb up the ladder and go to the next story card. I think we're going to do that. Because I don't think I've ever gotten to that point. So what we're going to do is we are going to... I think it doesn't say discard it. It just says use it. Because some of the other stuff has said you have to discard it. Like with the briefcase. Huh. I guess I'll keep it. I won't use it for, anything other than this. But, I'll keep it off to the side just in case. Alright. Righty-do. Somebody has stashed a hidden cache of food and supplies up here. Most of the food is rotting, and the water is in half-empty bottles that you're, frankly, a little afraid to touch. Still, you might find something useful amid the gross hoard. If you are at level 3 or higher on the psychic scale, which we are, you realize there must be something good in here and start searching. Clue number 60 to see what we find. Yeah, you never know when you need a good whacking stick. I also forgot to mention that through our travels, we've also been getting pieces of a premonition or part of our dream, which I've been collecting here. I'm not sure how many there are. I believe it's a 3x3. But these are supposedly clues and pathways to help us. Which is why I also wanted to check that vault. Although that might mean us going up higher on the danger meter, but it's worth a try. Anyway, we are at level 4 on the psychic scale, so we get to check what this clue is. We get a taser! Designed for the home tasing enthusiast. You may discard any battery to automatically win a challenge. Ooh. Okay. That's automatically win any fighting challenge. So we keep this. There is a large hole in the wall here. From this spot, you can either drop down into a tunnel or crawl on your hands and knees through the cramped and filthy space above the scaffolding that runs along the ceiling. So if we want to drop down into the tunnel or work our way into the crawl space. Let me see. Do any of these lead back? Just want to make sure if I've... Ah! Okay, so... I may have done both of these. No, I've done one of these. You know what? Okay, so we're going to take the tunnel, which is going to then take us back to the whole rigmarole of getting to the door with the key card. So we will pop that over there. And that's going to lead us back to the professor yet again. Now, big thing is this guy right here, the vault. Because there was a vault, I believe, that was past the generator. I need to check the biochemistry. I believe it was the biochemistry lab. Let me see. No, the generator room, obviously. Generator room, that's 72. Yes. Okay, so that brings us... Pop that there. Pop these here. That brings us to the generator room. So, in doing this, we again raise our... What is it, by 3? Yeah, it's by 3. Okay. So we go 1, 2, 3 for heading back in. So this is going to make things a little tricky, but we're still okay on the psychic scale. We're still decent. We've got to get past the cracked generator to get to the vault. That's in here. That is in our vision. So we have to give it a try. So we're going to go for card 68. Oh no. Oh, that's instant death. That's instant death. Okay. I see now. Okay. So that puts me back 2 on the psychic scale, which still keeps us at 4. Crap. Okay, well, at least that basically finishes this out. There's one other place, which is the printing press room, which we didn't check. If I do that, that drops us... Oh, that's going to drop us down to 3 anyway. You know what? I think I might as well. I think I might as well try. It'll drop me down to level 3, which sucks. No, you know what? No. No. It's not the game where you just start over from the beginning. That would take far too long to organize all the cards again. Since we pretty much hit the 3rd hour, and each of these chapters are taking about an hour. Oh, it says die, well, then you return back to the generator room. As it says on the card. So... Man, I'm tempted to go into the printing press room. Well, this game, you kind of have to make it a little bit like Prince of Persia because it would be the most frustrating game in the world if it wasn't. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call that the chapter. We didn't get a lot out of it. We got a taser, which we can't really use that much right now because we need a battery in order to discard the battery to beat a fighting challenge. So we have a taser, we don't have the battery for it, which, sucks. But I think that might be the end of chapter 3. Oh, well, yes. I mean, that happens all the time. I've seen that happen for sure. But I think what I'll do is I'll call that the chapter. Not as successful as the last one, but it does move things along, doesn't it? It does keep us at least a level 4, and in chapter 4 what I can do is I can use the bottle of water that drops us 1, 2, 3, at least down to a 4. So at least we'll have a bit of a better starting point walking into chapter 4. We're a bit light on items, just a bit, but I think we will be okay. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take a short break. I should be back in a few minutes, and we will continue on with chapter 4 of House of Danger.
Alright. Whew. Nice little break there. This has been a long stream. And I'm still not done. We still got 2 chapters left. Move these to the side. I thought I'd have more items. Well. We'll see. We'll see if we get any more. Because technically we got, well, we have glass key that we didn't end up using. I don't know. Metal rod, crystalline cap, and the key card, which, you know, we got after the fact. Got the ring, the satellite dish, and then truck keys. And of course we have the saber, the taser, the dowel, which I guess it didn't say to discard, so. Wait just a second to see if more people bump in. All right. Make sure everything's all set up and organized. Got to take this out. Right. I'll give it just a couple more minutes. Just take our time. We have gotten through the hardest parts for sure. We made it through the gauntlet, which was to get the key card. So now I have to deal with the hideout. I'm already kind of betting in my head whereabouts the ending, howabouts the ending is going to take place. There are multiple endings, so it is. So far, it's not looking up into the higher tiers. It's feeling like it's going to be a very tough ending. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see if we can pull out some more things. Our danger meter is pretty high. I may just have to use that water bottle just to give us a bit of a break. Especially if we start off with something. So, I've carried that all this long, so I figure it's probably time to use it. Yeah, the hideout is
We're definitely into much more uncharted territory, because the further and further I ended up playing this game with friends, the quicker and quicker they seemed to give up. Until it was like, okay, we got to chapter 2. I think we're done here. It's like, alright. Did you feel any, like, enjoyment or excitement out of that? And they're like, yeah, alright, we're just gonna move on to the next thing. It's like, well, okay. I'm glad I got a chance to play this again. This has been really fun for sure. I'm definitely gonna sleep well after this. This is slightly exhausting to do. Definitely a lot of reading, definitely a lot of thinking. Just checking a few things. Right. Pop into here, mute that. Okay, that's good. So we're nearly ready to start up again. There we go. I got stream chat over on the left so I can see everything now. This has been a much more efficient way of streaming for sure, but at least, you know, with this rinky-dink setup I have, which somehow has stayed still the entire time. I have to pat myself on the back for that. This has held up. I'm pretty proud of that. Organization isn't terrible, but, you know, we've worked through it. There's a lot of cards in this game. So it's a little bit tricky to keep things organized. You really need a big space for this. And trying this on my desk is not easy. I was surprised that we actually got to level 5 on the psychic skill, but how far we have fallen. All the way back to the edge of 4. That was usually the problem, was the psychic scale seems to drop very quickly once you get into the later levels with how difficult it gets. But it's certainly fun. It is absolutely very fun. I need a little more water. Alright. Hoping that we get some more people jumping in here for the 4th chapter. Send out a few more messages, so we'll see if anybody pops in. I know we're waiting on Jim. Oop, that's my phone. That's okay. I'm just checking the news real quick before we begin. Wow. Yep. This is why I shouldn't open up the news app anymore. But you kind of have to nowadays.
So let's see. I think I'm gonna have to use the water bottle right now before we even begin. Cause let me see. Ooh, this is a bit of a story. Okay. Okay. Now, if I remember, it's actually making me look at these pictures. And I wanted to go to the vault because that was a vault door. And that led to my death. So I'm thinking these kind of premonitions are the kind that are supposed to be warning me about potential dangers. And I was actually going to check the directions. Because I wanted to see. Yeah, oh. It literally says in the directions, premonitions are images that warn of dangers ahead. I am an idiot. Did not read the directions fully. Okay, so that means going off of this, something that sets the brain ablaze is not good. Okay. We will keep that in mind. Definitely makes a lot more sense now. All right. I think we're nearly ready. Because I did take a bit of an extra break, because that did take a little extra to do that last chapter, because we did go back and try to get stuff, but it didn't work. Well, we got the taser, I guess. Still don't have a battery, but we do have a taser. I might have to implement, if I do this again, I might have to implement the house rule that going back and checking out different areas doesn't cost so much on the danger meter. Because that just kills your psychic scale, and you really can't get a lot of extra clues that way to really kind of get some of the better endings. Like, let me check. Let me see. If I go to the back of this chapter. Oh. Oh, I can't check. Oh. Okay, this is gonna make this chapter interesting. Okay, so on the back of these chapters, chapter 1 to 3, you have a chance to return. That is very interesting. Okay. So which we have been doing. We didn't do it at the beginning. We pretty much got a bunch of the things that we needed at the second chapter. Third chapter was rough. Third chapter was pretty rough. But fourth chapter is pretty much going to be as serious as it gets. At least until the final chapter. Give me just a second. There we go. Need a little more water. Okay, there we go. Oh, we're gonna have to start pretty soon. Waiting on Jim. Alright. We are pretty much set and ready to go. I definitely feel way too light on items. We did not get a lot in that last chapter. I mean, we got the crystalline cap, the key card, and the taser. The key card, I don't think, has anything else to do. I really don't think it does have anything else of use. Because we just used it already. Taser we can't use because we don't have a battery. Which I believe that's in one of the earlier chapters. But I don't know. We'll find out. Maybe there's more batteries scattered about. I'm gonna have to start pretty soon. We're already cutting into excuse me. We're already cutting into near the 4-hour mark and I haven't started yet, so I think I'm gonna have to start this off. Because it's already starting to get late. So here we go. Chapter 4. After encountering dangers outside the house, facing multiple ghosts inside the house, discovering an underground laboratory, and stumbling upon angry chimpanzees, you're ready to get some answers about this place and the nightmares that brought you here. The mysterious phone call I got this morning, you say. It was you, wasn't it? Phone call? What phone call? Wait. It couldn't have found a way to access the phone lines, could it? Professor Marston's eyes go wide. Then he sees the look on your face and shakes his head. Oh, that's not important right now, he says. Something about his tone leads you to suspect it is important, but you don't push it. If you've managed to get this far, you must be quite the aspiring detective. And psychic investigator, you add. You go on and tell him about the reoccurring nightmares that drove you to delve into this whole bizarre mystery. Nightmares, he asks. Fascinating. If your dreams mean what I think they do, then I'm glad you're here. I can explain more later, but right now, getting into the neuron inhibitor mainframe is the crucial thing. It's the only way to retake the lab from my dastardly former lab assistant, Carol. He says the name in a hoarse whisper, as if speaking aloud could summon some ancient evil. Together we discovered the source of technology beyond anything the world has ever seen, but she betrayed me. She used our work to take control of the chimpanzees and start counterfeiting Ring with a local crime syndicate. We made scientific discoveries worthy of Einstein, of Galileo, and she just uses it all to... He trails off. I'm sorry. I've been locked in here so long I forgot my manners. Now that you've freed me, I can open up a secret passage for you that will lead to the neuron inhibitor mainframe. It'll take you through the area where our most experimental work was being conducted. Be careful. It can get dangerous in there.
It's just me who's going? You ask, with fear in your voice. Yes, he says. I'll need to monitor your progress from the operations room, where we have access to the security system. Here, use this earpiece so we can communicate. Okay, clue number 91. We have our goal. Disable the neuron inhibitor mainframe. The clear glass door leads to the temporal manipulation lab, the professor continues. The frosted glass door goes to the psychic development room. The professor takes off for the operations room as the secret passage opens from the empty jail cell door next to you. The two glass doors are now before you. Too bad the professor didn't explain which route was the best way to get to the neuron inhibitor mainframe. So, the temporal manipulation lab, that's screaming brain to me. Which could coincide with this brain on fire. That's just going to the lab. So I wonder... I think I'm gonna do that. I think we're gonna go to the temporal manipulation lab. That's... Oh. That's... No, that's actually not what I meant to do. No, I wanted to go for the brain. So that would be the psychic development. Temporal manipulate... What is temporal? Psychic development... I think it's the psychic development then I want to go to if I want to do the brain. That would make the most sense. Yeah. The psychic... Yeah. That's gotta be more with the brain, of course. Alright. I was just about to do. I was like, that doesn't make sense. Temporal, no, that's nothing to do with brains. Psychic would. Anyways. This room features several rows. I swear I went to college. This room features several rows of blue metal chairs. Dome-shaped helmets attached to odd-looking devices hang above the chairs. There's the brain stuff I was looking for. There's also a large glass tube, big enough for you to step into, with a door on the side. A green button is accessible from inside the tube. You slowly realize that you've seen these machines before, in photos that in reference books, ghouls and Are you kidding me? I really can't talk right now. Let me try that again. You slowly realize you've seen these machines before. In photos in the reference book Ghosts and Ghouls, which you have on your bookshelf back home. The photos were in a chapter about how rogue parapsychologists were attempting to give ordinary people psychic abilities. If you remember correctly, the blue chairs are attached to machines intended to give the subject pyrokinesis, the ability to start fires with mind control. The large glass tube is an energizing chamber that gives people telekinesis, the ability to move objects with one's mind. Both seem ready to go. A metal stairwell on the far side of the room leads to some sort of observation booth which overlooks the room you are in, and possibly others. So if we want pyrokinesis or telekinesis or skip the weird equipment, I think we're going to go with telekinesis because obviously, judging from this, pyrokinesis is not good. So we are going to go into the telekinesis chair. We're going to try and see if we can move stuff with our mind. Gotta give it a shot. You enter the energizing chamber and shut the door. You press the green button on the interior wall and the room goes dark, while a large glass tube emits a blinding white light, forcing you to cover your eyes with your hands. You feel the machine rewriting your neural pathways to activate mysterious, previously untapped portions of your brain. The pain is horrible. Part of you thinks that if you can endure the pain a little longer, unlimited mental powers might be unlocked. Another part of you is concerned that your head might literally explode. If you are level 4 or higher, draw a clue. Which we are at 4. We are at 4. So we get clue 93. Ooh, get another piece of the puzzle. I see. So do we stay in or do we get out? I think we're going to stay in. I think we're going to work through this. I think we're going to try and push through this. We want those abilities. We want those abilities. Telekinesis! You now have the power to move things with your mind. You think about this as you run for the observation booth. Once per challenge, you can raise the danger meter. You can raise the danger meter by 2 to re-roll a dice roll. Move forward 1 space on the psychic scale. Boom. So now we have telekinesis. Excellent. All right. And back to story card 99. Okay. All right. The observation booth has thick windows that look down into a circular chamber where you see a human-sized chimp in a hospital gown sitting at a table. The poor animal's head is shaved and hugely swollen. Electrodes are attached to pulsing veins. The chimp is gazing intently at a small wooden boat which is floating in mid-air above the table. The chimpanzee sees you, and the moment his eyes meet yours, you start to black out. You break eye contact just before losing consciousness and decide you'd better exit this room quickly. Next to a fire extinguisher on the wall is a map, which gives you a quick overview of this area. You orient yourself and see that the observation booth is next to the cryogenics lab and the supercomputer room. So, do we go to cryogenics or the supercomputer? I honestly don't know. I think I might leave this up to the dice. I have a feeling I'm supposed to go to the supercomputer, but I have a feeling we should let the dice choose. Let's see if we could do this. 1 to 3, 4 to 6. We're going to the cryogenics lab. Let's hope that was the right choice. The room has cryogenic storage chambers built into the walls. All kinds of lab subjects are frozen here. Mice, rats, dogs, cats, rabbits, hamsters, guinea pigs, fish, and birds. There are also 3 large glass pods in the center of the room, each big enough for a person to get inside. One of them might be occupied. The glass is frosted, so you can't be sure. As you inspect that pod, you accidentally hit a button, and the pod unlocks with a cold rush of air. However, the door remains frozen shut. You can attempt to pry it open if you want to. Ooh. I think I'm going to try it. If only because it'll drop my psychic down to 3 if I fail, but at least that'll put us down. At least that'll put us down back at 3 down here. I think we're going to give it a shot. So that needs to be a 5 or higher. That's a 4. So we go boom, all the way back. 1, 2. That's okay. Let's try it again. 3 or better. That's a 6. There we go. Clue number 90. Gonna set this here. Pull these down a little bit further. There we go. And we pry open the pod and find no animal, only a crystal pendant. It's glowing and warm to the touch. Your psychic senses tell you this is an important item. Keep this item, move forward 1 on the psychic scale. So we're still back at 4. That's good. Very good. So now we have a crystal pendant. So, we can either go through a debris-filled hallway or a stairway leading to an unseen location. Yeah, I don't know. I think I might let the dice decide this one too. I really don't know. This is the part of the game that I am the least familiar with. Like the first 3 chapters, I kind of know. I definitely know 1, a little bit of 2, some of 3. 4 is when things are like everyone's getting tired and they're like, this game is still going, and I'm like, you signed on for this. So I think we're just gonna leave this to chance. 1 to 3, 4 to 6. Looks like we're going up the stairs. 108 it is. You go up a long flight of stairs that lead to an observatory, where you find Professor Marsden staring at the stars. How did you get here first, you ask. It's all my fault, he murmurs sadly, lost in thought. We reached out to the stars, and they reached back. When the creature made contact, we got greedy and captured him for further study. I fear your nightmares mean he's sending out telepathic messages in hopes of being rescued. If you want them to end, you must set the creature free. This is why, the professor continues, we need to take back the compound from Carol, disable the neuron inhibitor mainframe controlling the chimpanzees, and free the alien ambassador. Carol watches over the mainframe constantly, he continues, so you'll be heading into great danger. Make sure you're thoroughly prepared before you move on. Oh. Oh, that was just... okay. Oh, we can move on. Oh, we can continue. Okay, so this has a chance to go back to see if we can get anything we missed. Oh, if we go back, we have to raise the danger meter by 3. Jeez. We got the crystal pendant. If we raise it 3, I can use the bottle of water. So, you know what? We're going to... kind of want to go to the armory. So I think we're going to do that. So we raise this. 1, 2, 3. We're still at 4. And we're going to go to the armory. Alright. You enter the armory. The door closes behind you and you hear it lock automatically. Oh boy. The room is nearly empty, and you realize with a shudder that whatever weapons are usually kept here are probably in the hands of the people, or the chimps, roaming the halls outside. The only thing left is a massive artillery gun mounted on a swivel in the center of the room. There are also a bunch of lockers lining one wall if you'd like to search through them. Ooh, we are at level 4, so we do get a +1 if we decide to check out the lockers. There is a door here, and you can see through the window it leads it to the stairwell. Unfortunately, the door is locked. The artillery gun you found has a shell in it, though, so you could probably blast it your way up. As a matter of fact, why limit yourself? With that thing, you could probably go through the wall at the other side, on the opposite of the door. Instant shortcut. Well, we don't need to worry about the stairwell, so let's first check the
let's first check the lockers. So if we fail this, we go up by 2, which is 1, 2. If we go 1, 2, 3 to get us back down, I think I think that should be fine. I think that should work. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna try and roll a 4. We get a +1, so technically we need just a 3. So a 3 or better. As a 1. So we go 1, 2. I'm going to use the bottle of water. 1, 2, 3. And we're going to try again. So we still just need to get a 3 or higher. That is a 3. We are good. Right. So we get clue number 92. The hypersonic isotropic resonator. You find a tech catalog with details on this object. If we have clue 87, keep this item and move forward 2 spaces on the psychic scale. I have clue number 87, which is the crystalline cap. That's great. So then we move forward 2 spaces on the psychic scale. I guess we keep this. Keep this item. Yeah. Look at that. We're actually getting stuff done. So, now, I think we just blow a hole in the wall because we don't need to worry about the stairway because that's just heading us back to the observatory. So I think we blow a hole in the wall. All right. Is that the right one? Blow a hole in the wall, 97. Okay. You carefully navigate stray chunks of masonry and find yourself in a laboratory. There's a closet-sized metal box here, big enough for you to get into, connected to a computer terminal. Some notes you find scattered on the desktop contain terms like DNA decoding unit and cellular replicator. You know what this thing is for? Clones. It makes clones. You're sure of it. Well, 90% sure. There's a flashing red light on the terminal that might mean something's not working properly, but the computer is so old it uses punch cards. You just know that trying to figure out what's wrong with this computer would be a huge pain. There's a time clock on the wall above the column of time cards with a handwritten index card that says Observatory Employees. Next to it is a stairwell leading upstairs. So we have a free action. We are at level 4 on the psychic scale. You can search the computer to determine the meaning of the blinking red light. To do so, raise the danger meter by 1 and draw a clue. I think that's... oh, shoot. Sorry. Allergies have been kicking my butt. Oh, dear. I think that's worth it. I think that's worth the risk. There is an option to clone ourselves, and I don't think we're going to do that. I think we're going to go to the observatory after we check this this machine. So we raise the danger meter by 1. Clue number 99. A message flashes on the screen. Warning, moral alignment circuits are malfunctioning. All clones produced under these conditions are evil. Oh, well, that's good to know. And we finish up on here, so we head up to the observatory, which is 108. Is that one of the ones we grabbed already? Yes, it is. That heads us up to the observatory, in which we talk to the professor yet again.
And now we decide if we try the mess hall or leave the house through the back door. Ooh. Aha. Is there any... Okay. I don't know if we want to go outside the house yet, but I think like if we go to the mess hall, that's probably just going to be a bunch of chimpanzees hanging out in there. So I think we're going to try and go leave the house through the back, which is 101. I think that's a big mistake, but we will find out. Outside the house, you find that the storm has intensified. The rain is falling sideways now, and severe winds sting your face. There's light coming from a partly open bay door of an aircraft hangar a short distance away, and if you creep alongside the wall, you could possibly avoid detection and most of the weather on your way there. In the darkness, you also make out the silhouette of something large and round on the lawn. You're not sure what it is, but after Professor Marsden's story about captured psychic aliens, you can make a good guess. Ooh. And we are at Psychic Level 4, so we can draw a clue. Number 100. Ooh. Look at that. Interesting. So they're warning us about some gemstones, it seems. So if we want to head toward the hangar, or do we head toward the large round object? I kind of feel like checking out the large round object, so that's what we are going to go for. Possibly a mistake, but we will find out. You sneak over to the big round object. This thing is a spaceship. It has a cold ceramic skin and it's perfectly smooth. You can't find a single bolt or seam. From here you can see a window to the main house where a whole bunch of chimpanzees are gathered around a boardroom table with a woman at the front of the room at the computer console. It's Carol. First things first. You climb aboard the egg craft, look at the instruments, and get the psychic sensation that you already possess the knowledge to operate this vehicle. There is a metal lock protecting the control panel, though. If you could bust it, you might be able to move this thing along. Just realized the music is off again. There we go. So, optional challenge, break the lock. I think we're going to try. I think we're going to try for it. So, we have to get a 4 or higher. If we lose, we raise the danger meter by 3. Let's see what happens. 4 or higher. That's a 5. That takes it. That takes it. Clue number 101. Through brute force, you manage to break the lock, but you damage the ship's controls in the process. Oh, God. You're tossed from the cockpit as the vehicle lurches a few inches into the air and rockets across the lawn straight toward the room full of chimpanzees. Ooh. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Is that... Hold on, let me make sure that's right. Yep, 107. Alright. There's a huge sliding glass door that opens into the meeting room, but the egg-shaped ship misses it entirely and crashes straight through the wall. A space cannon emerges from the hatch in the ship's hull and starts firing laser beams at random into the room. The chimps go bananas. It's total chaos. You couldn't have created a better distraction if you planned it. You jump out of the ship. If you move quickly and stealthily and somehow manage to avoid the rampaging chimps and the uncontrolled laser fire, maybe you can disable the neuron inhibitor mainframe before anyone stops you. Disable the mainframe. So, if we lose, we raise the danger meter by 3 and try again. Let's see if we got this. 4 or better. That is a 6. We got it. Whew. The computer doesn't have a button that's clearly labeled off, so you hit the neuron inhibitor mainframe console as hard as you can with a chair, and sparks fly from it. Every chimpanzee in the room instantly passes out and falls to the floor. The egg ship has apparently run out of laser juice, too, because the cannon sputters and lowers back into the hatch. Carol, however, is still a problem. "My computer," she screams. "My chimpanzees! My meeting room wall! Who even are you?" She flies at you in a rage. She definitely wants to kill you and seems to be giving it everything she's got. Required challenge. Knock out the dastardly Carol. 4 or better, or we raise the danger meter by 3. There's a 4 on the dot. We got her. Chapter 4, Goal Achieved. You've thwarted Carol's evil plot, freed a whole mansion full of super intelligent chimpanzees, and broken up a counterfeiting ring. On top of that, you've helped Professor Marsden win back control of his lab. Now he'll have plenty of time to consider the implications of his blind pursuit of knowledge and devote the rest of his career to making things right again. All that's left now is to bask in your supreme triumph. You sit in Carol's chair, lean back, and put your feet up on what remains of the meeting room table, confident that your job here is done. Or is it? An alarm sounds, and about 50 lights on the neuron inhibitor mainframe console start blinking. Professor Marsden comes running into the room. "Oh no," he mutters under his breath. "That thing, you probably just malfunctioning, you say? Really did a number on it." Both jolt back as a strange booming voice comes from a speaker on the neuron inhibitor mainframe console. "The full force of the Chrysalic Armada is upon you," it says. "We demand the release of our ambassador. Although we hate violence, we will reduce your entire planet to galactic rubble if you do not obey us." The significance of this moment hits you. You've just heard the words of an actual alien life form. The professor is as pale as a ghost. "Let's release the alien," you say. "That's what we were planning to do anyway, right?" "About that," he says. "May not be quite so simple." Advance to Chapter 5. Whew. And we're not going to take a break. We're going to run through this last chapter. We are going to knock this out of the park. We're going to see what kind of ending we are going to get out of this. This is pretty good, I gotta say. This is probably the best I've had this go so far. Chapter 3 was a little bit tricky. We did fairly decently on Chapter 4. We got the crystal pendant and we got the resonator. We also got a small boost to our
psychic scale, so we're a little bit back more where we should be. Let me just check a couple things. Alright, there we go. Alright, so with that, we're going to put these in. Yeah, that should be fine. We come to our final chapter. Chapter 5. You've crossed the deadly estate surrounding the Marsden house, come face to face with spirits from beyond the grave, found yourself at the mercy of strange scientific experiments. You fought oversized, super-intelligent chimpanzees, freed them from mind control, and discovered a counterfeiting ring along the way. Now a fleet of UFOs is barreling towards Earth, and unless you can free the imprisoned alien ambassador before they arrive, the entire planet is doomed. The alien is locked away in the old prison beneath the mansion, Professor Marsden says. It's a dangerous labyrinth, not easily navigated. What are you talking about, you reply. There are 3 cells in that place. We were there 45 minutes ago. That's the new prison, the professor says, where antisocial chimpanzees are held until they can be rehabilitated. The entire compound is built over the ruins of an old prison, which burned down more than a century ago. My great-great-great-grandfather was the warden. You remember your strange out-of-body visions in the elevator and the deep sense of foreboding that came with them. We should have never put him down there, the professor says. The prison has always been a horrible, cursed place, but now that creature has found a way to make contact with the world outside his cell. Wait a second, you say. This alien ambassador isn't just responsible for my nightmares, is he? The alien was the one who called me this morning. But how did he even find me? The phone book is full of private investigators with far more experience than I have. You suddenly remember, however, that your Yellow Pages ad doesn't list you as an aspiring detective. It lists you as a psychic investigator. I'll find the alien, you say, to reassure yourself as much to the professor. I was born to do this. Before he can respond, the professor notices something on the mainframe console and gasps. The alien armada will enter Earth's atmosphere in just 20 minutes. You must find the alien ambassador and free him quickly, or all is lost. We get our goal. Release the alien ambassador and attempt to save planet Earth. Okay, you say. You've been down there before, right? Do you have a map? No. Carol handled all of that. All I know is that there are 2 ways into the structure. Through the original prison entrance, around the back of the house, and through a long, dark hallway that I've always been too afraid to investigate. Don't forget, keep your earpiece tuned on so we can communicate. So I don't know which way to head. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave it to chance. I know we're deep into the game already. We're at the last chapter, but gotta let the dice decide. 1 to 3, 4 to 6. And we're heading to the prison entrance. You find the entrance to the old prison through an abandoned section of the house. The boards that were nailed up to keep people out have mostly rotted away, and they were put up at least 50 years after the fire. You could hardly imagine what kind of shape the prison itself is in. You pry the boards off and carefully step into the room. This must have been some kind of check-in area for the prison guards and other employees. There's a large hole carved in one wall, which opens into a rough stone tunnel. There's also 2 doors, but only one wooden one opens. The other is sealed tight with an unusual lock that has a small, round, gem-shaped indentation where a keyhole ought to be. Ah, I see. So if we have clue 50, which we have the Marsden family ring, we can use that to open the locked door. And I think that's what we're going to do. hope this doesn't screw me over. So now we're using the Marsden family ring to get into this gem-shaped door. This room looks like it must have been the warden's office, and mostly it's in shambles. A metal desk has been pushed against one wall, and all you find are cardboard boxes of old copies of Northwind Times inside. The newspapers practically disintegrate in your hands. They've been down here for at least a century, but they appear to be mostly about the fire that destroyed the prison, took a large number of inmates and prison personnel with it. Because the cardboard box is full of paper, surely wouldn't have survived the flames. Someone must have brought it down here after the place had already burned down. There's a century's worth of junk shoved into the desk drawers as well. You can search through it if you think it might be worth the effort. And I think it is worth the effort because we get a +1, which means we only have to roll a 3 to check the warden's desk. And I think we're going to try that out. If we fail, we raise it up by 3. Ugh. It's worth a shot. 3 or better. That's a 4. We got it. Clue number 115. While looking through the drawers, you notice a secret passage under the desk, which leads straight down through the crumbling floor. Ooh, that takes us to a different story card. You descend into the cave with glassy obsidian walls and a perfectly still circular pool at the center. The perfectly still pool is glowing. Is it otherworldly ectoplasmic goo? Alien spaceship fuel? Good old-fashioned radioactive sludge? You have no idea, but you're pretty sure drinking from it would either kill you or give you superpowers. Free action if you'd like to drink from the pool. I don't think so. I think we're gonna pass on that. There's a stone wall with a tunnel framed in red brick leading away from the pool. There's also something giving off a gross, dank smell at the far end of the pool. My gut is saying to go with the red brick. My gut is saying go with the red brick, and I think that's what we're gonna do. That feels like the safest option. It is not the safest option. It was not the safest option. The red brick. Oh, those look like gems. Okay, well I go. Okay, I move down on the scale. So let's go back to where we were. Let's follow the smell. I think that was 3 actually, so I'm actually at level 3. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that sucks. The dank soil gives way... Is that the right one? Yeah. The dank soil gives way beneath your feet, and you tumble into a very smelly hidden cavern. Here you discover that the stench is wafting from the colony of mushrooms, spotted ones and striped ones, that covers most of the floor and walls. If you learn anything from playing video games, though, it's eating random mushrooms you come across in the middle of an adventure is almost always a good idea. Oh God, we have to choose one. Oh God, we have to choose one. No, we can either eat a striped, a spotted, or both. Oh boy. I'm gonna leave it up for the dice to decide. Oh dear. I feel like this is falling apart. Let's see. 1 to 2, 3 to 4, 5 to 6. We're eating both. Jesus. Okay. Oh. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. There's a clue. Okay. Get a clue out. Get the clue. Oh boy. Oh dear. The stripy mushroom gives you temporary superhuman strength, but the poison spotted mushroom mitigates the effect. So, I see. Very cool. So unfortunately, we have to raise the danger meter by 2. Yeah, that stinks. Oh, give me a second. Oh no. Okay, put me back. Put me back. Put me back to where I was. Okay. Need some more water. Alright. There's only one way to leave this cavern. It's through the pitch black tunnel. So let's head to the pitch black tunnel. The tunnel leads to an exit high up on the wall of a large lead-lined prison cell. Beneath you, the crystalline form of the Chrysalisk ambassador lies motionless on the floor. The ambassador looks up, sees you, and sends a telepathic message directly into your frontal lobes. What manner of creature can pass through the impenetrable walls of my prison? He transmits. Whoever you are, have mercy and free me from this tomb. Impenetrable walls? It's a tunnel, you think back at him. Have you even tried escaping? How long have you been down here? I am greatly weakened from my ordeal, the ambassador thinks at you. Also, it's really dark. The only way out of this cell is back the way you came, so if you want to take the ambassador back to the surface with you, you're going to have to lift him into the tunnel. He's quite heavy. So, if we lose, we raise the danger meter by 3, which will drop us back down there. So let's see if we can get 5 or higher. Let's find out. It's a 1. Oh, at least we're still in level 3. I hope to God we don't need more psychic energy, because... oh, boy, we lost a lot. Alright, we're going to try this again. 3 or better. It's a 4. It's great because it says lower danger meter by 5. Which would have been great before. That's okay. Okay. You drag the crystalline alien back to the security room where the professor waits. On a monitor, you see a giant UFO entering Earth's atmosphere. Hurry, Professor says in a panic. The Armada is almost upon us. The alien ambassador rushes to the council. He pushes a button and makes a series of harsh noises you can only assume are in his native language. So, it says if we have a clue... Number 90, the crystalline pendant. We are level 3. We are not level 4 anymore. I draw a clue 112. We were close. The pendant glows and makes a soft noise, so you bring it close to your ear. It's an alien translator. As the ambassador screeches away, you hear the following translation in plain English. The vile and foolish humans suspect nothing. Proceed with the planetary extermination. I repeat, kill them all. I'm missing a card. Hold on a second, I am missing a card. Oh no, I'm back here. Continue on back. Ah, okay, here we go.
When he's finished, I thought we were done. I'm like, no, this isn't the end yet. When he's finished, the alien sends you a telepathic message. I have contacted my people. All is well. So now what? You ask. Go outside and await their arrival, he transmits. Do not fear them. We have forgiven all your transgressions and will not murder you or the rest of your species. So, we are at least level 3, which is between 2 and 4. If we think something is fishy, we can demand answers. If we trust the ambassador and wait for the fleet's arrival, but I think we think something is fishy. I think we're going to go with... I wish we were at level 5. No way a chance of that happening. That is number 140. Here we go. Are you sure everything's fine? You ask. Because the way you said it doesn't really sound like it's fine. The alien rearranges its face into what might be a crystalline scowl. Fine? Fine? Do you mean to ask whether it's fine that I was locked in a dungeon for years while your people tore my ship to pieces and stole technology you are not advanced enough to use or understand? Now that I think about it, your entire planet will die for your crimes, but the two of you in particular will truly suffer. The ambassador lunges at you. So now we have to fight. If we win, we move 4 spaces on the psychic scale. If we lose, raise danger by 4 and try again. 3 or better. That's a 3. 4 spaces on the psychic scale. 1, 2, 3, 4. We are back at level 4. Thank goodness. So now we go to story card. You rush outside with the professor just as a massive fleet of crystalline flying saucers descend through the clouds. If only I'd finished assembling my doomsday device, the professor laments. Wait a sec, you say. You're working on a doomsday device? Well, technically, it's a defense against doomsday devices, but if you point it the wrong way, it'll definitely blow up the planet. You really need to remember to point it the right way. The largest of the alien ships stops above the manor and hovers in midair. It's all for nothing, the professor continues. Without my valence conductor capacitor, my quantum synthesis stabilizer, my hypersonic isotropic resonator, all is lost. So, we have oh dear, not enough, unfortunately. We only have the hypersonic isotropic resonator. We don't have 96, and we don't have 102. If you only have 1 or 2 of the clues. Okay, so we have 1. So, we go to story card 143. Okay. There's nothing we can do to stop them, the professor says, his eyes wide. Earth is doomed. He parks at the egg ship, parked out on the lawn. Your eyes follow his. Instinctively, you both make a mad dash for the ship as the UFOs begin firing lasers down from above. This thing needs much more fuel if we're going to leave Earth's This thing needs much more fuel if we're going to leave Earth's gravity. God, I still can't do it. We're almost at the end. The professor says, once you're both inside, he frantically empties his pockets into an open compartment in the ship's dashboard as the ground outside the craft begins to buckle. Quick, throw everything you've got into the fusion reactor. So if you have 12 or more clues with the phrase, keep this item. Okay, I don't think we do. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we actually have enough. We actually have enough. So we're throwing everything in.
12 or more clues.
That should do it. You strap in yourselves into the seats and rocket through the Earth's atmosphere just in time to gaze out of the porthole and see the planet break apart and explode into a blinding flash of light. Your ship is rocked by the resulting shockwave but survives impact. Everyone, you mutter, unable to fully process the magnitude of what just happened. It's all gone. The professor's face is ashen. He silently flips open a little plastic cover on the console to reveal a button beneath. Someone has stuck a piece of masking tape under it with the handwritten words, "Faster than light drive." He shoots you a questioning glance. "Punch it," you say. "There's nothing here for you now." The professor pushes the button, and you head into the infinite vastness of the universe, unsure of what fate finds you. And that is the game. We gave it all we got. And unfortunately, Earth was lost. We survived, but at the cost of everything and everyone. But thank you very much for joining me. This was bonkers, and I loved every second of it. I wish I had more games that I could do this with. And if you enjoy this, please make sure to try and give a listen to some of the music that I've had. I'll post it up just toward the end here before I sign off. Trying to sell my music and my designs. Currently looking for a job, struggling right now without one. And if you can help me out in any way, shape, or form, if you enjoyed this, I would very much appreciate it. So thank you all again. And hopefully I'll be able to stream a little bit more, but we'll see what happens. And I will see you next time.